When a man walked into a fancy suit store in Beverly Hills, nobody recognized him. He was wearing jeans, beat-up sneakers, a plain white t-shirt, no bodyguard, no assistant, no sunglasses, just a regular-looking guy who needed a suit. And the store manager looked him up and down and walked away. Nobody came to help him. Not in the first minute, not in the 5th minute, not even in the 10th minute. He just stood there, alone, next to a rack of expensive jackets, waiting for someone, anyone, to walk over and say the words that every single customer in that store had always received the moment they walked through the door. Nobody did. After 11 minutes of standing there like he was invisible, he walked up to the front desk himself. He was calm, he was polite. He simply said he needed help finding a suit for a formal dinner in London. And the manager looked him dead in the eye and said 5 words. 5 words that would turn out to be the most expensive mistake of his professional life. 5 words that would change the lives of 6 people who had absolutely nothing to do with what just happened. Now here is the part that nobody saw coming. The man in the white t-shirt walked out of that store, but he did not go to his car. He did not leave the block. He sat down at a coffee shop 2 doors away, ordered a black coffee, and he just sat there, thinking, for 22 minutes. And then he made one phone call, 4 minutes long. And what he asked for in that phone call was so unexpected, so quietly extraordinary, that the person on the other end of the line went completely silent for a moment before she could even respond. Because he was not calling to complain. He was not calling a lawyer. He was not calling a reporter. He was calling to do something for 6 people who had watched the whole thing happen from inside the store. 6 people who had wanted to help him and couldn't. 6 people whose names nobody outside that building had ever heard. Something so specific and so personal and so carefully planned that it would take 3 weeks to arrive and would change the entire direction of each of their lives. And those 6 people had absolutely no idea it was coming. Not on the day it happened, not the next day, not for 6 more days. 6 days of going back to that same store, pressing the same suits, folding the same pocket squares, doing their extraordinary work in a building that had never once said their names out loud. 6 days of not knowing that somewhere across the city, someone was sitting at a kitchen table writing 6 letters by hand. 6 letters, one for each of them. Each one containing something so precise and so personal that the only way it could exist is if someone had looked, really looked, at who they were and what they had been through and what they deserved. And at the bottom of each letter, just one letter. Not a full name, just K. Who sent them? What was in those letters? And what exactly did that 4-minute phone call set in motion for 6 people who had no idea their lives were about to change completely? Watch the whole video. Because the answer is not what you think it is. And the part that nobody is talking about, the real reason this story matters, is waiting for you at the very end. The story does not begin with Keanu Reeves. It begins with a smell. Walk past Alderman and Cross Fine Tailoring on North Camden Drive in Beverly Hills on any given morning, and you will catch it through the gap under the door. Cedar and pressed wool, and something faintly like money. Not the loud, aggressive smell of a department store perfume counter. Something quieter than that. Older. The smell of a place that has been serious about itself for a very long time, and wants you to know it before you even touch the handle. The sign above the door is brushed gold. Small. Confident. The kind of sign that does not need to shout because it has never once doubted itself. The carpet inside is the color of dark wine, thick enough that your footsteps disappear the moment you cross the threshold. The lighting is warm and low. Glass cases hold cufflinks that cost more than most people's car payments. Rolls of fabric stand upright along one wall, like a library of the finest things the world has ever made from a sheep. Everything about Alderman and Cross says the same thing, quietly, to everyone who walks past. You need an invitation to be here. The store opened in 1987. A man named Harold Alderman built it from nothing. from a single industrial sewing machine in a rented back room on Melrose Avenue, and a stubborn belief that Beverly Hills had room for one more place that took clothing seriously. He was right. By 1995, Alderman and Cross was dressing studio executives, defense attorneys, and at least 2 city council members who preferred not to be named. Harold was a craftsman first, and a businessman second, and people trusted him because they could feel the difference. Harold retired in 2017. His health was failing, and his hands, the hands that had spent 30 years understanding fabric, had begun to shake in the mornings. He passed the store to his son-in-law, Gerald Fitch, in 2019. This is where the trouble starts. Gerald is 53 years old. He is tall in a way that he uses, standing very straight in meetings, so that people have to look up at him. He wears French cuffs every single day, even on weekends, even when he is just walking to his car, because Gerald believes that how you dress is a message you send the world before you open your mouth, and he wants his message to be unmistakable. He does not have Harold's hands. He cannot cut a pattern or read a bolt of fabric by feel. What Gerald has is something different, an instinct for who belongs in a room and who does not. He has built this instinct into a system. When a customer walks through the door of Alderman and Cross, Gerald gives them 4 seconds. He is not always standing at the front. He has an office in the back. But he has arranged the store so that the sightline from his desk, through the half-open door, reaches all the way to the entrance. He watches. In 4 seconds, he reads the shoes, the watch, the posture, the hair, whether the person pushes the door or pulls it, whether they look around when they enter or walk straight in like they own the floor. If they pass his read, he steps out and nods to one of his staff, and the customer is welcomed with warm smiles and offered sparkling water and shown to the best chairs. If they do not pass, Gerald finds something very urgent to attend to near the back of the store. He straightens things that do not need straightening. He makes calls that can wait. He does not tell his staff to ignore the customer. He simply moves in front of them, the way a shadow moves in front of light, and everyone in the room understands without being told. 6 people work at Alderman and Cross, 6 people who have, over months and years, learned exactly how wide the shadow falls. Darnell Okafor is 29 years old, and he is the finest tailor in the building, which means he is almost certainly the finest tailor on the block. He came to Los Angeles from Lagos, Nigeria, when he was 22, carrying a single checked duffel bag and 7 years of training under his uncle, who repaired formal wear for government officials and had taught Darnell that a stitch was not just a stitch, it was a commitment. Darnell can stitch a buttonhole so clean and tight it looks like it grew there. He can look at a man's shoulder and tell you in 30 seconds what the jacket is doing wrong and how to fix it. He has worked at Alderman and Cross for 4 years. In 4 years, Gerald Fitch has never once let him be the first person to greet a customer. Gerald always appears from somewhere, moving between Darnell and the door, and the moment passes. Darnell has not said anything about this. He has a wife and a daughter who is 4 years old and calls him Daddy Big Hands because of the size of his fingers. He has a mortgage payment that lands on the 15th of every month. He says nothing. Rosa Milagros Santana is 44 and has worked at Alderman and Cross longer than anyone, 7 years, which means she was here under Harold and she is still here under Gerald, and she will tell you quietly that she knows exactly what was lost in that handover. She is the alteration specialist. She can take a jacket that fits a man like a wet bag and turn it into something that makes him stand differently by Thursday. She sends half of her paycheck home to her mother in Guadalajara every single month, has done so for 11 years, and she does not complain about this because it is not a burden. It is the thing that makes the work matter. She calls the store El Museo, the museum, because, she says, nothing ever changes. The carpets do not change. The cases do not change. The way Gerald looks through her when he is talking to a client does not change. Todo igual, she says. Everything the same. Theo Pappas is 31 and was supposed to be an actor. He attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts for 2 years before the money ran out, and the callbacks did not come in fast enough, and real life made its usual argument. He found the job at Alderman and Cross by accident, applied because it was there, and discovered on his first week that he had a genuine gift for the selling of beautiful things. He memorized every fabric name in the catalog, the full technical names, the country of origin, the weight per square meter, because he thought if he knew enough, Gerald would notice. Gerald has not noticed in 3 years. Theo still goes to acting class on Tuesday evenings. He has not told anyone at the store this. He suspects Rosa knows. Blessing Adeyemi is 26, Darnell's cousin. He got her the job 18 months ago because she needed something stable, and he trusted her, and she has proved him right in every way. She is quiet in the way that very observant people are quiet. Not because she has nothing to say, but because she is busy paying attention. She notices when a customer is uncomfortable. She notices when a seam is starting to go before anyone else sees it. She notices people, their faces, their hesitations, the small expressions that pass in a second and disappear. She will be the one, on the morning this story turns, to notice the man in the white t-shirt first. She will know exactly who he is, and she will start to move toward the door, and Gerald will step in front of her. Marcus Whitfield is 38. His title is Store Manager Assistant, which means he does most of the managing and Gerald takes the title. He wanted to be a music producer. He had a real shot at 24. A connection, a meeting, a moment. And then the moment passed the way moments do when you are 24 and not quite ready, and the world is not particularly patient. He found his way to retail through a winding road of odd jobs and has been here 5 years. He is very good at his job and knows it, and has quietly made peace with the distance between what he imagined and what is. He hums while he irons. He thinks nobody can hear him. Everyone can hear him. They do not say anything, any of them, because it is genuinely the best part of the workday. This low, wandering melody that moves through the back room like a radio playing in another house, warm and there and making the afternoon shorter. Yuki Tanaka is 52. She is a seamstress, which at Alderman and Cross means she is the invisible engine that makes everything run. She worked in Tokyo for 20 years, first as an apprentice to a master tailor near Ginza, then as a full seamstress at a shop that served the old money of the city, before moving to Los Angeles in 2011 to be closer to her daughter, who had married an American and was expecting Yuki's first grandchild. She keeps a photograph pinned inside her locker. It is a photograph of the tailor shop near the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, where she did some of her finest work. She pinned it there on her first week at Alderman and Cross and has never taken it down. It is her reminder of what excellent work looks like. It is also, on the harder days, her reminder of who she is when no one in this building is paying attention. These are the 6 people Gerald Fitch underpays, regularly overlooks, and consistently takes credit for in conversations with clients who will never know their names. They are also, though none of them know it yet on this particular Monday morning, as they unlock the cases and steam the display jackets and prepare the store for another day, the 6 people whose lives are about to be changed completely by a man in a plain white t-shirt, who will be standing in their doorway in less than 24 hours, waiting to be seen. On October 17, 2023, Keanu Reeves had a problem. It was not the kind of problem most people have. It was not a bill he could not pay, or a relationship falling apart, or a health scare that woke him at 3 a.m. Keanu Reeves had, by any reasonable measure, a life that most people would trade theirs for without hesitating. He knew this. He was not unaware of his own fortune. But on the morning of October 17th, he had a specific, practical, time-sensitive problem. And the problem was this. In 9 days, he was expected at a formal private dinner in London. The event was hosted by BAFTA, the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, at their headquarters on Piccadilly. It was an intimate evening, fewer than 40 guests, held in one of the smaller dining rooms, where the walls are hung with photographs of every major British film from the last 50 years. The dinner was a quiet, private affair, the kind that does not get announced in press releases or show up on entertainment websites. It was an evening to honor filmmakers and performers who had shaped the last 3 decades of cinema in ways that sometimes go unrecognized in the noise of awards season. Keanu had been selected as one of 2 American honorees. The other was Steven Spielberg. He needed a suit. Now, if you know anything about Keanu Reeves, and most people know at least the outline of him, the shape of the story, you might assume that a man of his position has an entire infrastructure around him designed to handle exactly this kind of thing. A stylist, a personal shopper, an assistant who maintains a wardrobe inventory and coordinates with designers months in advance. An entourage, even a small one, whose entire purpose is to make sure that Keanu Reeves never has to think about logistics. You would be wrong. This is one of the most documented and verified things about him. Not a rumor, not a publicist's invention, but something confirmed repeatedly by people who have worked alongside him, interviewed him, or simply encountered him in the ordinary world. Keanu Reeves is, in the ways that count, stubbornly and genuinely a regular person. He has been photographed eating alone on a New York City bench, a sandwich in one hand, sunglasses off, watching the street go by. And the image became so iconic, so widely shared, that it eventually earned its own corner of internet culture, and yes, its own Wikipedia entry. Not because it was staged, because it was so obviously not staged, because he looked like any person on any bench in any city, thinking his thoughts, eating his lunch. He rides the subway when he is in New York. He has been seen on the 1 train, sitting in a regular seat, backpack on his lap, earbuds in. Other passengers have photographed him, always respectfully, always from a small distance, because there is something about the way he sits in public, open, unbothered, taking up no more space than he needs, that makes people want to protect the moment rather than disturb it. He carries his own luggage. He holds doors open for strangers. He has given up his seat. He has stopped to talk to fans in rain, in cold, in moments when nobody would have blamed him for walking past. He does not have a team around him on ordinary Tuesdays. He handles ordinary Tuesdays himself. So on the morning of October 17, 2023, he drove himself to Beverly Hills. He parked his own car, a modest choice for a man of his means, which is also a documented habit, and he walked down North Camden Drive alone, his hands in his pockets, the California October sun doing that particular thing it does in the mid-morning, where the light goes gold and flat and makes everything look like a memory you haven't made yet. He had chosen Alderman and Cross specifically, not randomly, not because it was the closest option, but because someone he trusted had told him about it. Her name was Patricia Moreau. She was a costume designer, experienced, respected, with a career that had taken her through studio films and independent productions, and most recently, the wardrobe department of John Wick, Chapter 4, where she and Keanu had spent several weeks in close collaboration over the specific language of how a man who moves the way John Wick moves should be dressed. Patricia had an eye for construction. She understood that a garment was not just visual, it was structural, functional, a relationship between cloth and body and movement. She and Keanu had talked about tailoring the way some people talk about music, with real feeling. The week before, she had mentioned the store on Camden Drive. Old school, she had said. Real craftsmanship, not the kind of place that's trying to be anything. It just is what it is. She had paused, turning a jacket sleeve in her hands. There's a seamstress there, named Yuki, Japanese woman, been in the trade forever. Her finishing work is... Patricia had shaken her head slightly, the way people do when language is not quite enough. Just go see it. He had been thinking about Yuki's finishing work when he pushed open the door. The chime above the entrance rang once, softly, like a single note struck on a small bell. Inside the store, Blessing Adeyemi was standing at the register, entering the previous day's alterations into the system. She looked up at the sound of the chime the way she always did. It was her habit, her instinct, to be the first to register a new arrival. And she saw the man in the doorway. She knew who he was immediately. She would tell her sister about it that evening, in a long phone call that covered the whole day from start to finish. And this is what she would say about that first moment. "I've watched Speed at least 15 times. My mom had it on video and we wore the tape out. I knew his face before I knew what knowing a famous person's face even meant. So yes, I knew. Immediately. And I froze. My whole body just stopped." She recovered. She set down the tablet. She started to move out from behind the register, toward the door, because that was her job and she was good at her job and she wanted to do it. From the back of the store, through the half-open office door, Gerald Fitch registered the chime. He looked up from his desk. He saw a man in jeans and worn sneakers and a plain white t-shirt standing in his doorway. He did his 4-second read. The shoes, not fine. The watch, he couldn't see one. The posture, relaxed, not stiff with the particular self-consciousness of money. The hair, slightly long, pushed back, the kind of hair that had not recently visited a high-end barber. Gerald stood up from his desk. He moved through the office doorway and out onto the floor, smooth and unhurried, and he positioned himself in the sightline between Blessing and the entrance. Blessing stopped. She stood behind the register and watched. Keanu Reeves stepped fully into the store and looked around with quiet interest. At the fabric rolls, at the glass cases, at the dark wine carpet. He moved to a rack of charcoal wool blazers near the window and lifted one sleeve, turning it to look at the construction of the sleeve head, the way someone looks at a thing when they actually understand what they are looking at. He waited. 1 minute passed. Gerald was near the back, adjusting a display that had not needed adjusting since last Thursday. 2 minutes passed. Theo Pappas was near the far wall, refolding a stack of pocket squares. He looked up and saw who was standing 10 feet from him and felt the specific, electric shock of recognition, the kind that starts in your chest and travels to your hands. He set down the pocket square. He began to cross the floor toward the man by the blazer rack. Gerald Fitch stepped out from behind the display and caught Theo's eye from across the room. A small shake of his head, almost invisible. Just enough. Theo stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the floor for a moment that seemed to last much longer than it was. He would describe this moment later, in an interview he gave reluctantly and only after the whole story had already come out, with a single sentence. "I felt sick. I knew who that was. But I needed the job." He went back to the pocket squares. In the alterations room at the back, Rosa Santana was working at her table, a charcoal jacket spread out under the good light. She had a small window, more of a porthole really, covered with a thin curtain that looked out onto the main floor. She had learned, in 7 years, to read the floor through that curtain the way a sailor reads the sea. She could feel when something was off. Something was off. She parted the curtain slightly with one finger and looked out. She saw the man by the blazer rack. She did not recognize him. Rosa did not watch many American action films. But she saw him standing alone, and she saw the way the floor had arranged itself around him, all the staff at the edges, and Gerald at the back, pretending at something, and she understood the shape of what was happening because she had seen the shape of it before. Many times. She set down her seam ripper. She did not stand up. She wanted to. She would think about this later, about the precise moment when she wanted to stand up and did not, and the exact weight of what it cost her to stay seated. But the rent was the rent. The transfer to Guadalajara went out on the 1st. She pressed her hands flat on the work table, and she stayed where she was. 4 minutes became 8. At 8 minutes, Yuki Tanaka, in the back room with a tuxedo jacket she was hand-finishing, heard the silence on the floor change quality. She had worked in enough tailoring houses to know that a shop floor has its own sound. The soft movement of staff, the murmur of fabric, the small rhythms of a working day. And she could feel when that sound went wrong. When it became the specific quiet of people pretending not to see something, she kept her needle moving. 14 stitches per inch. Her hands did not stop, but her eyes went still. At minute 11, Keanu Reeves set the blazer sleeve down gently. He walked to the front desk. He did not look annoyed. He did not raise his voice or shift his posture into something demanding. He simply walked to the desk the way a reasonable person walks to a desk when they need assistance, and assistance has not arrived. And he said, in a voice that was calm and even, and without a single sharp edge, "Excuse me, I was hoping someone could help me find a suit for a formal dinner in London. I have about an hour." The store was quiet. Gerald Fitch walked out from behind the display he had been rearranging for 11 minutes. He crossed the floor slowly. He stopped on the other side of the desk. He looked at the man in the white t-shirt for a long, flat moment. Not a reading this time. Not the quick 4-second assessment, but something longer and more deliberate. The look of a man who has already made his decision and is simply waiting for the right words to arrive. And then Gerald Fitch said 5 words. Quietly. Almost pleasantly. The way you might tell someone the store is closing early. "We don't serve your type." The store did not gasp. Nobody moved. It was not dramatic in the way that scenes in films are dramatic, with music rising and faces turning. It was simply a sentence spoken in a quiet room, and then it was over, and the quiet room was just a quiet room again, except that now those 5 words were inside it, and could not be taken back. Blessing Adeyemi, behind the register, felt the blood leave her face. Theo Pappas stopped refolding. Rosa Santana, at her porthole curtain, closed her eyes, and Yuki Tanaka, in the back room with the tuxedo jacket, heard it through the wall as clearly as if the wall were not there at all. She heard it, and she felt something she had not felt in 30 years of professional life. A shame so acute and so sudden that her needle stopped moving for the first time all morning. Keanu Reeves looked at Gerald Fitch for a moment. A short moment. The kind that holds more in it than most long ones. He nodded once. Slowly. As though he were filing the information away rather than reacting to it. He said, very simply, "Okay," and he walked out. The chime above the door rang once as it closed behind him. The same single soft note as when he had come in. 11 minutes apart. And then the store was just a store again. The carpet was still dark wine. The cufflinks were still in their cases. The afternoon light still came through the window at the same angle it always did. Everything looked exactly the same. But something had shifted, the way a foundation shifts. Invisibly, underground, in a way you cannot see but that changes everything that will be built on top of it from this moment forward. Gerald walked back to his office. He straightened his French cuffs. He closed the door. What none of them knew, not Blessing with her frozen hands, not Rosa at her curtain, not Theo standing in the middle of the floor holding a pocket square he had folded 6 times, was that the man who had just walked out had not gone to his car. He had gone 2 doors down, and he was sitting at a small table outside a coffee shop, and he was thinking. The coffee shop 2 doors down from Alderman and Cross is called the Wilshire Grind. It is the kind of place that exists in the gaps between the expensive things, squeezed between a high-end florist and a leather goods boutique, with 6 small tables on the sidewalk and a hand-painted menu board in the window and a string of Edison bulbs above the door that someone decided years ago gave the place character and has never taken down. It is not trying to be anything. It has regular customers who come at the same time every day and order the same thing and sit in the same chair. And the staff know their names, and nobody is performing anything for anybody. In Beverly Hills, in October, this is rarer than you might think. Keanu Reeves sat down at the table closest to the window of the suit store. Not the table furthest away, not the one tucked around the corner where nobody would see him, the one closest. He pulled out the chair, sat down, put both hands flat on the small round table, and looked at the door of Alderman and Cross, the way you look at something you are trying to understand, rather than something you are angry at. A server appeared. Her name was Amara Yaboa. She was 24 years old, studying communications at UCLA 2 evenings a week, and had been working the outdoor tables at the Wilshire Grind for 18 months. She was good at her job in the way that people are good at jobs that require them to read other people quickly. She could tell in about 4 seconds, which is interestingly the same number Gerald Fitch used for his reads, but deployed for entirely different purposes, whether a customer wanted conversation or quiet. She looked at the man who had just sat down. She recognized him. She did not say so. Instead, she said, "What can I get you?" in the same tone she used for everyone, which was warm, but not effusive, present, but not hovering. "Black coffee," he said. "Please." She brought it. He thanked her. She went back inside. He sat. He did not take out his phone immediately. He did not scroll or type or make the small performance of being busy that most people make when they are alone in public. He just sat with the coffee and looked at the street and thought. The October sun was doing its mid-morning thing, gold and flat, casting long shadows from the palm trees, and the sidewalk had the particular Tuesday morning quality of a city not yet fully awake to itself. A few dog walkers, a delivery truck double-parked at the corner, someone in expensive workout clothes carrying a green juice and talking into an earpiece. Keanu Reeves looked at the door of the suit store. He had been told he didn't belong there. He had been in rooms where that message was delivered before, in different words, through different mechanisms. The slightly too long pause before a handshake, the way a conversation could close like a door in his face, even when he was standing in front of it. He knew the feeling. He also knew something that not everyone who knows that feeling manages to hold on to. That the feeling says nothing true about you and everything true about the person delivering it. But that was not what he was sitting with on the sidewalk. What he was sitting with was the 6 people he had seen inside that store. The young woman behind the register who had started moving toward him and then stopped. The man folding pocket squares who had crossed half the floor and then turned back. The faces he had caught in peripheral vision. Careful, watchful. The specific careful watchfulness of people who have learned that intervening costs more than staying still. He had felt them in the room the way you feel weather. They were not indifferent. They were afraid. And there is a very important difference between those two things. And Keanu Reeves, who had been paying attention to people his whole life, understood that difference completely. He was not angry at them. He was thinking about what it costs a person to stay silent when silence is the only thing they can afford. He knew something about that cost too. He sat with his coffee for a while longer. 6, 7 minutes. The coffee was good. He noticed this. He noticed small good things the way people do when they have trained themselves, through loss and grief and the specific education that only difficulty provides, to pay attention to what is actually in front of them. He had lost people he loved. His daughter, Ava Archer Reeves, was born in 1999 and did not survive. His partner, Jennifer Syme, died in a car accident in 2001. He had spoken about these losses rarely and carefully over the years, and when he had spoken about them, he had not performed grief for an audience. He had simply told the truth about what it had done to him and what he had learned from surviving it. What he had learned, in the broad sense, was something simple and not simple at all. That people matter more than things. That a gesture of real care, offered at the right moment, can change the entire shape of a person's day, or year, or life. He finished approximately 2/3 of his coffee. He took out his phone. He found a contact named Sandy and pressed call. Sandra Reyes had worked as Keanu's personal assistant and close friend for 11 years. She was organized in the way that only truly calm people are organized. Not frantically, not with the aggressive efficiency of someone trying to prove something, but with a quiet competence that meant things simply got done, correctly, without drama. She had helped him navigate film schedules and charity commitments and the thousand small logistical facts of a public life lived as privately as possible. She knew him well enough to hear things in his voice that were not in his words. She picked up on the second ring. "Hey, Sandy, I need you to find out who works at a store called Alderman & Cross on Camden Drive in Beverly Hills. All of them. The people who actually do the work." A brief pause. Not surprise, exactly. More like attention sharpening. "All of them?" "All of them. Their names. How long they've been there. Whatever you can find that's appropriate to find." "Keanu, what happened?" He looked at the door of the suit store. A woman walked past it with a stroller. A man in a delivery uniform came out of the florist next door, carrying an arrangement almost as tall as he was. "I'll tell you later," he said. "I need one more thing." "Okay. I need you to call Marcus at Brioni on Rodeo Drive. Tell him I'm coming Thursday, and I need 6 appointments. Back to back." The silence this time was slightly longer. Brioni is not a store you walk into without understanding what you are walking into. The Italian fashion house was founded in Rome in 1945 by tailor Nazareno Fonticoli and entrepreneur Gaetano Savini. And in the 8 decades since, it has dressed an almost implausible roster of the powerful and the celebrated, from Cary Grant to Barack Obama, from Pierce Brosnan's James Bond to heads of state whose names appear in history books. Their Beverly Hills location on Rodeo Drive is a room that understands itself completely. A single ready-to-wear suit begins around $8,000. A fully bespoke commission, measured, fitted, constructed to a single body and no other, can move well past $25,000. The suits that come out of Brioni are not garments, they are arguments. Quiet, impeccably constructed arguments that a person makes about who they are. Sandra said, carefully, 6 appointments. 6. "Keanu, are you buying 6 suits?" He was quiet for a moment. On the sidewalk, a pigeon landed on the table next to his and regarded him with the total moral indifference of pigeons everywhere. "I might be buying 6 suits," he said. The call lasted 4 minutes and 12 seconds in total. Sandra would later recall this detail with precision, because she had looked at her phone screen after she hung up and just held it in her hand for a moment, doing the particular arithmetic that the situation seemed to require, arriving at a number that she sat with for a full minute before she started making calls. Keanu set his phone face down on the table. He looked at the door of Alderman & Cross one more time. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and left a $50 bill under his coffee cup. The coffee had cost $4. The server, Amara, would find the bill when she cleared the table and would stand looking at it long enough that her manager came out to see if she was all right. She was all right. She was just thinking about what kind of person leaves $50 on a $4 coffee and walks away without waiting to be thanked. She would post about it that evening, carefully, without photographs, without a name. And the post would read, "Served a very famous man a coffee today. He sat quietly and seemed to be deciding something. He left a $50 tip on a $4 coffee. I will not say who it was, but I will say he was very kind." The post would get 37,000 likes. But that was later. Right now, on the sidewalk, Keanu Reeves stood up. He straightened his white t-shirt the way you straighten a white t-shirt, which is to say it made almost no visible difference. He picked up his phone. He looked once more at the brushed gold sign above the door of Alderman & Cross. Small, confident, the sign of a place that had never once doubted itself. And something moved across his face that the people walking past him on the sidewalk could not read and were not meant to. Then he walked back, not to his car, not away down the block, back toward the store. But this time he did not push open the door. He stopped on the sidewalk, directly in front of the window, and he stood there, visible from inside. And he waited, not with aggression, not with the body language of confrontation, simply present, the way a fact is present, observable, undeniable, asking nothing of you except that you acknowledge it exists. From inside the store, through the window, Blessing Adeyemi saw him standing there and felt something move through her that she could not immediately name. It was not fear. It was not quite hope. It was something in between. The feeling of a story that is not finished yet, still turning in the air, not yet decided. She watched him for a moment. He was not looking at her. He was not looking at anyone in particular. He was just standing on the sidewalk in the October sun in his plain white t-shirt, and he had the expression of a man who has decided something and is simply waiting for the machinery of the decision to begin moving. What none of them inside the store understood, not Blessing at the window, not Rosa at her curtain, not Gerald at his desk with his French cuffs and his Scotch glass, and his absolute certainty that the morning had gone exactly as it should, was what that phone call had set in motion. They did not know about Sandra Reyes, who was already at her laptop, already pulling employment records and searching names and doing the careful, thorough work of someone who understood exactly what was being asked of her, and exactly why. They did not know about Brioni on Rodeo Drive, where a man named Lorenzo Vinci had just received a call and was already clearing his Thursday afternoon and pulling out his appointment book and writing down 6 names he did not yet have, but would have by tomorrow morning. They did not know that in 6 days, something would arrive at the store, not through the door, not announced, but slipped quietly beneath it before the morning light, that would change the entire shape of all 6 of their lives. They knew only what they could see through the window. A man in a white t-shirt, standing on the sidewalk, not leaving, and the particular, unshakable stillness of someone who has already decided what comes next, and is simply waiting for the world to catch up. He was gone by the time Darnell Okafor came out from the back room. Darnell had heard the chime when the door opened, and heard the chime when the door closed, and had spent the 11 minutes in between doing what he always did when Gerald moved into position near the front. He kept his head down, and his hands moving, and his eyes on the work in front of him, because looking up cost too much, and changing nothing cost even more. He had been finishing the lining on a charcoal jacket for a client pickup on Thursday. His stitches, as always, were perfect. When he finally came out onto the floor, the store had resettled into its ordinary afternoon shape. Theo was at the pocket square display. Blessing was behind the register. Marcus was somewhere in the back, and the faint trace of his humming moved through the air like something that had almost been a song. Darnell looked at Blessing. Blessing looked at Darnell. In the 18 months they had worked together in this building, they had developed the particular shorthand of people who share a language that nobody else in the room speaks. Not words. Something faster than words. A look that carried paragraphs. What her look said now was, "You missed something. Something that matters. And I don't know yet how much." He moved to the register. He kept his voice low, professional, the voice of a man asking a work question in a workplace. What happened? Blessing glanced toward Gerald's office. The door was 3/4 closed. She could hear Gerald on the phone, the easy, expansive tone of a man having a conversation he was enjoying. She told Darnell in 6 sentences who had walked in, how long he had stood there, what Gerald had said, how he had left, how he had come back and stood on the sidewalk. Darnell listened to all 6 sentences without moving. Then he looked at the window. The sidewalk outside was empty now, just a woman with a stroller and the ordinary Tuesday traffic of a Beverly Hills morning. And there was no sign that anything unusual had happened there at all, which was somehow the worst part. He went back to the charcoal jacket. He picked up his needle. He put it down again. He picked it up again, and this time he held it but did not use it. Just sat at his station with the needle in his hand and the jacket spread out under the light. And he stayed like that for a while. Darnell Okafor went home that evening and did not tell his wife what had happened. This was unusual. He and Adeyeze had been married for 6 years and had built their marriage, deliberately and carefully, on the principle of telling each other the true things, not performing fineness when they were not fine, not protecting each other from difficulty when difficulty was real. It was something they had agreed on early. In the first year, after a small argument about something forgettable, had turned into a larger argument about all the things they had been quietly carrying alone and not sharing. And they had both sat on the kitchen floor afterward and made the agreement out loud, which felt serious and right, and had held ever since. But tonight Darnell sat at the kitchen table while Adeze made jollof rice, and he stared at the salt shaker and said nothing. The rice smelled the way it always smelled, tomatoes and Scotch bonnets, and the particular warmth of a kitchen where someone is cooking with care. And their daughter, Imani, who was 4 years old and called him Daddy Big Hands because of the size of his fingers, was in the next room making a sound that was either singing or an argument with a stuffed animal. It was hard to tell. Everything in the apartment was exactly as it always was on a Tuesday evening. But Darnell could not stop hearing 5 words in a quiet room. Adeze set a bowl in front of him. She sat down across from him. She watched him not eat for approximately 90 seconds, which was about 85 seconds longer than it usually took her to notice something was wrong. "What happened?" she said, not gently, directly. They had the kind of marriage where gentleness was saved for when it was needed, and directness was the ordinary language between them, he told her. A customer had been turned away. He left out the name because the name felt like something that belonged to the story, and not to him. "The same way?" she asked. She did not need to explain what she meant. He had told her other versions of this story before. Smaller ones, peripheral ones, moments on the floor that had made him feel the particular shame of watching something wrong and doing nothing. She had heard enough of them to understand the shape. "Yeah," he said, "the same way." She put her hand on top of his on the table. Not to comfort exactly, more to anchor. "The way you hold something that is in danger of drifting. You have a family," she said. It was not an excuse. It was not even an explanation. It was just a fact, placed carefully on the table next to the other facts, next to the rent and the car payment, and Imani's nursery fees, and the transfer he sent to his mother in Lagos on the 3rd of every month. A fact that was true and heavy and did not make the other thing less true or less heavy. Both things real at the same time. He ate the jollof rice. It tasted exactly as good as it always did. He did not sleep well. Rosa Santana called her mother at 8 o'clock that evening, the way she did every Tuesday without fail. Her mother, Doña Carmen, was 71 years old and lived in the same house in Guadalajara where Rosa had grown up. A small house on Calle Morelos with a lemon tree in the courtyard that Rosa could still smell if she thought about it hard enough. Doña Carmen did not own a smartphone. She had a landline with large buttons that Rosa had ordered for her from the internet 3 years ago. And every Tuesday at 8 o'clock the phone rang and Doña Carmen picked it up and said, "Rosita," in the voice of a woman who has been expecting your call since the moment you were born. They talked about ordinary things first. The neighbor's dog, a cousin's new baby, the lemon tree, which was producing abundantly this year and needed more attention than one old woman could give it. Rosa made the appropriate sounds, engaged, present, asking follow-up questions, and she was genuinely interested in all of it, the dog and the baby and the lemon tree, because these were the textures of her mother's life, and her mother's life mattered to her more than most things. Then Doña Carmen asked how work was. "Igual," Rosa said. "The same." It was what she always said. "The same. Nothing changes. El museo." But tonight the word cracked on the second syllable. A hairline fracture. Almost nothing. And Doña Carmen, who had been listening to Rosa's voice for 44 years and knew every register of it the way a musician knows an instrument, heard the crack immediately. "What happened?" she said. Rosa was quiet for a moment. Through the window of her apartment in Koreatown, she could see the lights of the city, doing their usual evening arrangement. Red and white and amber, moving and still, the endless, indifferent, beautiful machinery of Los Angeles at night. She told her mother what had happened. Not the name. Again, the name felt like it belonged somewhere else. But the shape of it. A man standing alone for 11 minutes. 5 words. The look on his face when he left. The way she had sat at her table with her seam ripper and her hands pressed flat and had not stood up. Doña Carmen listened without interrupting, which was not her usual habit. When Rosa finished, there was a pause. "Come home," her mother said. "I can't, Mama." "Then find something better." "There isn't anything better. You know that. Not for what I make here. Not for what I send you." Another pause. Longer this time. "Rosa," her mother said, in the voice she used when she was about to say the true thing, the underneath thing, the thing she had been building toward. "I would rather have less money and have my daughter not feel this way." Rosa looked at the city lights. Her eyes went bright and she let them. "I know, Mama," she said. They talked for another 20 minutes about the lemon tree, and she was glad of the lemon tree. Theo Pappas went to acting class. He went every Tuesday evening, had gone every Tuesday evening for 6 years, taking the 10 freeway to a small black box studio in Silver Lake, where a teacher named Mr. Brennan, Patrick Brennan, 60 years old, a working character actor whose face you would recognize from 30 years of television even if you never remembered his name, ran a class for adult students who were still trying, still showing up, still believing in the face of substantial evidence that the thing they wanted was possible. Theo had been in the class for 3 of those 6 years. Mr. Brennan had told him once, privately, after a scene exercise that had gone somewhere unexpected and real, that Theo had something, a quality of presence, an ability to locate genuine feeling quickly, that most students spent years trying to find. He had said it carefully, without overselling, the way honest teachers say true things. He had also said that presence without opportunity was just a private experience, and that he could not promise Theo opportunity, only that the work itself was worth doing. Theo had held on to both halves of that sentence ever since. Tonight, Mr. Brennan asked the class to perform a moment of moral failure. The instruction was simple. Find something true, a real moment, from your own life, when you chose the easier thing over the right thing. You do not have to name it or explain it. Just find it, stand in it, and let us see it on your face. Theo stood up when it was his turn. He walked to the center of the small black stage. He stood under the work light, which was harsh and flat and made everyone look like they had been caught at something, which was the point. He thought about 11 minutes and a man by a blazer rack and the halfway point of a floor he had not finished crossing. He stood there for 45 seconds without speaking. In the audience of 12 students, nobody shifted. Nobody looked at their phone. There was something in Theo's stillness that held the room in a way that was unusual and real, and the room knew it. Then he sat back down without saying anything. Mr. Brennan looked at him for a moment. He was the kind of teacher who understood that some silences were already the full performance, that asking for more would only make them less. He moved to the next student. After class, in the parking lot, Theo sat in his car for a while before starting the engine. He turned on the radio and then turned it off. He thought about the man in the white t-shirt standing on the sidewalk after, not leaving, just standing there, with that particular stillness that Theo, who had spent 6 years studying human presence, recognized as something rare and deliberate. He had a word for what that kind of stillness communicated. The word was dignity. He started the car and drove home. Blessing Adeyemi texted Darnell at 10 o'clock that night. She was in bed with her phone, unable to settle, her mind running the day in loops the way minds do when they have snagged on something they cannot let go of. She had tried television and tried reading and tried the breathing exercise her friend had taught her that was supposed to slow everything down, and none of it worked because the thing her mind kept returning to was not complicated. It was very simple. And simple things are the hardest to stop seeing. She opened her messages and typed, "I keep thinking about him just standing there." She sent it. 3 minutes passed. Then Darnell's reply came, "Me too." That was all. 2 words. But they carried what they needed to carry, which was, "You are not alone in this, and what you are feeling is the correct response to what happened." And I sat with it all evening too. She set her phone on the nightstand. She looked at the ceiling. She thought about the moment she had started to move toward the door, and Gerald had appeared between her and it, smooth and unhurried, and how her feet had simply stopped the way feet stop when the body understands, before the mind does, that movement will cost something it cannot currently pay. She thought about what she would have said if she had kept walking. She thought about this for a long time. She did not arrive at an answer that satisfied her. She turned off the light. Marcus Whitfield almost missed his bus stop. He was on the Metro Rapid 720, heading east toward his apartment in mid-city, earbuds in and eyes on the window, watching the city go by in the way that bus rides in Los Angeles invite. All those lit windows and cross streets, and the particular nighttime grammar of a city that never fully sleeps. He had been doing this ride for 5 years, and could usually tell exactly where he was by feel, by the rhythm of the stops, without looking at the station signs. Tonight he almost missed it, because he was somewhere else entirely. He was in a music studio that existed only in his head. He had been building it for 15 years, adjusting the acoustics, replacing the equipment, populating it with collaborators, and he visited it most reliably on bus rides, in the window of time between one part of his life and the next. In the studio in his head, he was not Marcus Whitfield, store manager assistant, humming while he ironed, because the humming was the only place the music actually went anymore. In the studio in his head, he was someone who had finished things. He opened his phone and found the beat he had been building for 3 years. It was sitting in his voice memo app where it had always been. 47 seconds of something that was almost music, that had a shape and a feeling and a direction but no ending. Because every time Marcus got to the point where it needed to turn into something real and completed, he stopped. He told himself it wasn't ready. He told himself he would come back to it. He had been coming back to it for 3 years. He pressed play and listened. 47 seconds. Then silence. Then Marcus Whitfield, on a bus moving east through Los Angeles at 10:15 on a Tuesday night, pressed stop and stared at the screen and thought about a man who had been told he didn't belong in a room. He thought about all the rooms he had decided, quietly and without drama and with very good practical reasons, that he did not belong in either. He almost missed his stop. He caught it at the last second, stepping off into the warm night air, and he stood on the corner for a moment before walking home, looking up at the sky the way you look at the sky when you are trying to locate something you have misplaced, and you are not entirely sure it is in the sky, but you look there anyway, because sometimes looking up is the only direction that feels right. He walked home. He did not finish the beat that night, but he did not delete it either. Yuki Tanaka stayed late. She almost always stayed late. Not because Gerald asked her to. Gerald rarely spoke to her directly about anything, but because the evening hours in the workroom were the best hours of the day. The store closed at 6 and the staff filtered out, and the building settled into a particular quiet that was different from the daytime quiet, thicker and more honest. And in that quiet, Yuki could work the way she had been trained to work, completely, without the peripheral noise of other people's urgencies. She was hand-finishing the lapel on a tuxedo jacket that was due for pickup Friday. The fabric was a midnight wool barathea, dense, smooth, with a faint sheen that would catch the light exactly right under the chandeliers of wherever this jacket was going. She was working the lapel by hand because machine stitching on a lapel of this quality was, in her professional opinion, a form of disrespect to the fabric, and Yuki Tanaka did not disrespect fabric. 14 stitches per inch. This was not an approximation. This was not approximately 14. It was 14. Counted. Consistent. the result of 30 years of discipline so complete it had become indistinguishable from instinct. But her mind was somewhere else. She was thinking about something her first teacher had told her. His name was Mr. Hashimoto. He had run a tailoring shop near the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo for 40 years, and Yuki had apprenticed under him at the age of 22, and he had been the most demanding and most generous teacher she had ever had, which is to say, he had been exactly the right kind. He had told her many things over the 5 years she worked under him, and most of them were about cloth and construction and the mathematics of a well-made garment. But one thing he had said was not about cloth at all. He had said, "The cloth does not care who wears it. Only the tailor's hands make it mean something." She had believed this her entire professional life. She had believed it in Tokyo, and she had believed it when she moved to Los Angeles, and she had believed it here in this workroom on North Camden Drive for 12 years. The belief had carried her through the indignities of being invisible, of being the engine that nobody named, the craft that Gerald Fitch described to clients as though it were his own. Because the belief said, the work is the thing. The work is real whether or not anyone acknowledges it. The excellence is its own dignity. Tonight, for the first time, she was not sure she still believed it. Tonight the belief felt thin in a way it had not felt before. Like cloth that has been washed too many times. Still there, still covering the shape it was meant to cover, but no longer quite substantial enough to keep anything warm. What is the point, she thought, of beautiful work in a room where people are told they do not belong? She sat with this question, and her needle moved, and 14 stitches per inch appeared in the lapel of the midnight Barathia jacket, with perfect consistency. Because the hands know what they know, regardless of what the mind is doing. She finished the lapel at 8:47. She held the jacket up under the light and looked at it. It was, objectively, extraordinary. The lapel lay exactly as it should lie. The construction was invisible in the way that only the best construction is invisible. Not hidden exactly, but so correct that it simply disappeared into rightness, into the thing looking precisely as it should look, and no other way. She set it down. She draped it on the hanger. She covered it with the cotton dust cloth. She took off her apron and folded it the way she always folded it, in thirds, precisely. She placed it on her stool. She opened her locker and looked for a moment at the photograph pinned to the inside of the door. The tailor shop near the Imperial Hotel, the long work table, the bolts of cloth standing against the far wall. Mr. Hashimoto's hands visible at the edge of the frame, blurred in motion, always in motion. She had looked at this photograph so many times that she could find every detail of it with her eyes closed. The angle of the window light, the particular lean of the bolt of navy wool in the left corner, the shape of the shadow on the back wall. She closed the locker. She walked through the darkened store toward the front. She passed Gerald's office. The light was still on. Through the glass panel in the door, she could see him, leaning back in his chair, feet up on the edge of the desk, phone to his ear, a glass of something amber on the corner of the desk catching the lamplight. He was laughing at something, a real laugh, full and comfortable, the laugh of a man who has had a satisfying day and is now having a satisfying evening, and has not once, in the hours between, thought about anything that happened on the floor of his store this morning. Yuki looked at him through the glass for a moment. Then she turned and walked to the front door and let herself out. The night air on Camden Drive was warm and still. A few restaurants were busy down the block. Somewhere someone was playing music from an open window, something with a slow bass line, muffled by distance into something almost gentle. She walked to her car. She drove home. She made tea. She sat at her kitchen table. She looked at the wall. She thought about the man who had stood in the store for 11 minutes. She thought about his face when he said okay. That single small word carrying so much more than its letters, carrying a whole understanding of what had just been done, and who had done it, and what it said about the room he was standing in. She thought about how he had walked back and stood on the sidewalk without anger, without spectacle, with only that still and certain quality of a person who has not been diminished by being dismissed. She thought, that man knows who he is. And then, almost immediately, the question that followed it, do I? She drank her tea. She did not sleep well. None of them did. Not Darnell with Adaise's hand on his and the jollof rice going cold. Not Rosa with the city lights and her mother's voice still in her ear. Not Theo in his car in the Silver Lake parking lot. Not Blessing in the dark looking at the ceiling. Not Marcus on the corner looking at the sky. 6 people in 6 different parts of the city, lying awake in the dark, with the same quiet weight on their chests. Each of them alone with it. None of them knowing that the others were awake too. None of them knowing that what they were feeling was not the end of something. It was the very beginning. And somewhere across the city, in a house they would never visit, a woman named Sandra Reyes was at her laptop with a cup of coffee going cold beside her keyboard, and she was writing down 6 names. And beside each name she was writing everything she had found. And she was thinking about a 4-minute phone call and the specific quality of her employer's voice during it. Not angry, not wounded, but decided. And she was thinking, whatever he is planning, it is already done in his mind. It only needs the world to catch up. She typed the last name. She sent the document. She closed her laptop, and the city went on being the city, enormous and indifferent, and full of people carrying things nobody else could see. And the night moved toward morning, the way nights always do, slowly and then all at once. In 6 days, something would be slipped under the door of Alderman and Cross before the sun came up. 6 envelopes, 6 names, 4 words each. But that was 6 days away. Right now there was only the dark, and 6 people in it, and the long particular silence of a Tuesday night that does not yet know what Wednesday is going to ask of it. Sandra Reyes had a system for mornings. She was up at 5:45 without an alarm, had been for 20 years, her body having long ago decided that the alarm was a redundancy it did not require. Coffee first, black, 2 cups, standing at the kitchen counter of her apartment in Los Feliz, while the city outside was still in that particular pre-dawn state, where it belonged only to delivery drivers and insomniacs, and the occasional coyote moving through the hills, with the unhurried confidence of something that knows the city was built on its land, and not the other way around. Then email, then calendar, then whatever had come in overnight that needed sorting before the day began in earnest. On the morning of October 18, 2023, the day after a man in a white t-shirt had stood in a suit store for 11 minutes and been told he didn't belong, Sandra sat down at her kitchen table at 6:12 with her second cup of coffee and opened her laptop and found, already waiting in her sent folder, the document she had finished compiling at 11:40 the night before. 6 names. Everything she had been able to find that was appropriate to find. She had been thorough. She always was. But this time she had been thorough in a way that felt different from the ordinary thoroughness of scheduling and logistics. More careful, more attentive to the human details, rather than just the professional ones. She had looked at LinkedIn profiles and found employment histories. She had looked at the store's own website and found the About page, which named only Gerald Fitch, as though the store were a one-man operation, which told her something important. She had found a small profile piece in a trade publication called Stitch and Standard from 2021 that mentioned the alterations work coming out of Alderman and Cross, quoted a single anonymous client describing it as among the finest in Los Angeles, and credited the quality of the work to, she had read this part twice, the Alderman and Cross team, led by proprietor Gerald Fitch. She had noted this in the document beside Rosa's name with a single word. Typical. She was not an impulsive woman. She did not editorialize on professional documents as a rule. But she had worked for Keanu Reeves for 11 years, and she understood, with the precision of someone who has watched a person closely for a long time, what he was intending to do and why. and the word had arrived at her fingertips before she could stop it. She sent the document to his phone at 6:15 with a single line beneath it. All 6. Everything I could find that seemed right to know. Call me when you're up. His reply came at 6:49. It was 4 words. Already up. Thank you. What Sandra did not know, what she would not know until she gave her interview to People magazine in December, at which point she assembled the full picture from memory and told it as completely as she could, was what Keanu had done between the end of their phone call on the sidewalk and the moment he drove home from Beverly Hills. He had sat in his car. Not immediately outside the store. He had walked back to where he had parked, a side street off South Santa Monica Boulevard where the meters ran 2 hours and nobody expected to see anyone of particular note standing beside a modest, dark-colored vehicle checking their phone. And he had sat in the driver's seat without starting the engine for approximately 20 minutes. He was not brooding. People who have described Keanu Reeves in private moments of stillness consistently say the same thing. He does not have the quality of a person who broods. Brooding has a quality of circling, of returning to the wound and pressing on it. What Keanu has, according to people who know him, is something different. A capacity to sit with a thing until it becomes clear. Not to interrogate it, just to be with it until it tells him what it is. What the thing was telling him, sitting in the car on the side street in Beverly Hills on an October Tuesday, was this: 6 people had been in that room. 6 people who were good at something. Genuinely, technically, demonstrably good. Because Patricia Moreau did not recommend workmanship she had not personally evaluated. And Patricia Moreau's eye was among the sharpest he had encountered in 30 years of working with costume departments. And not one of them had been able to move toward him when he needed help. Not because they didn't want to, because they couldn't afford to want to. There is a specific kind of powerlessness that comes not from weakness but from circumstance, from rent and family obligations, and the knowledge that the job market does not reward the brave as reliably as the movies suggest. Keanu knew this. He had not always been the person whose name opened doors. He had been, at various points in his life, the person standing outside doors wondering if he had the right address. He remembered what it felt like to have your options be the thing that made your choices for you rather than your values. He did not blame the 6 people in that store. He understood them. And understanding them was what had given him the idea. Not a grand gesture. Not something designed to be seen or reported, or turned into a story about his generosity. Because that kind of story was not something he sought, and had never been something he sought. He had spent 30 years quietly and consistently demonstrating that fame was something he wore as lightly as possible, like a coat he put on when required, and took off the moment he was home. Something specific. Something that said, "I see you." Not what you did or didn't do today. You. The person under the circumstance. A suit. A bespoke suit. Made exactly for them by people who understood that clothing was not just fabric, but a statement about who you are and where you belong. The very belief that Gerald Fitch had corrupted into a weapon, and that Keanu wanted to restore to its original meaning. You belong. You have always belonged. He started the engine. He drove home. The call to Brioni was made by Sandra at 8:15 on Wednesday morning. The man she spoke to was Lorenzo Vinci, head of client relations at the Beverly Hills location on Rodeo Drive. Lorenzo had been in the luxury trade for 31 years. He had started as a junior sales associate at a menswear house in Milan at the age of 22 and had worked his way, through genuine skill and an almost spiritual devotion, to the idea that dressing well was a form of self-respect, that everyone deserved access to one of the most respected client-facing roles in American luxury retail. He was not easily surprised. Sandra told him what was needed. 6 bespoke appointments, back-to-back, on Thursday afternoon. 6 complete suits, fully customized, every detail to the individual client. Delivery within 3 weeks. Lorenzo said, "May I ask who the client is?" Sandra said, "The appointments are not for the client. The client is commissioning the suits as gifts. The recipients are the people being fitted." A brief pause. "I see," Lorenzo said. In his 31 years, he had arranged bespoke commissions as gifts before. For wives, for sons, for business partners, for the occasional gesture of corporate appreciation that arrived with a budget and a list of names. But something in the way Sandra had said, "The recipients are the people being fitted," had a quality he could not immediately categorize and found himself wanting to understand better. "And the client's name?" he said. Sandra told him. Lorenzo was quiet for 3 seconds. This was, for Lorenzo Vinci, the equivalent of another man dropping his coffee. "I see," he said again, and this time the 2 words carried considerably more in them. "There is one instruction," Sandra said, "from the client directly. When the recipients ask who is paying for this, and they will ask, the answer is, a friend. That is all. A friend who wanted them to have something beautiful. No name, no explanation beyond that." Lorenzo wrote this down. He underlined it. "Understood," he said. "Thank you, Mr. Vinci." "No," he said, and meant it entirely. "Thank you." Sandra spent the rest of Wednesday morning on the second part of what Keanu had asked her to do. This was the part nobody knew about. The part that would not emerge until Sandra's People interview in December, and even then, it would be reported in a single paragraph near the end of the piece, almost a footnote, even though Sandra herself felt it was the most important part of the whole story and had said so to the journalist directly, who had nodded and then led with the suits anyway, because suits were visual and this was not. Keanu had asked her, on the sidewalk phone call, "Can you find out if any of them have ever applied to work anywhere better, or been rejected somewhere, or been passed over?" Sandra had done this research over Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. It required patience and careful searching, and in 2 cases, a phone call to a contact she trusted in the industry, someone who understood that the question was being asked in good faith, and for good reasons, and who answered accordingly. What she found took her breath away a little, and Sandra Reyes was not a person whose breath was easily taken. Darnell Okafor had applied 14 months earlier for the position of head tailor at Costume National Workshop, a well-regarded production tailoring house in Burbank that supplied formal wear to major studio productions. His portfolio had been submitted digitally. The position had been listed as open for 3 weeks after his application. It had then been quietly filled by a candidate with 2 fewer years of experience. Darnell had received no response to his application. Not a rejection, not an acknowledgement, nothing. His email had simply gone into a room, and the room had not spoken back. Rosa Santana had applied 2 years ago for an alterations lead position at a boutique in West Hollywood that catered to the entertainment industry. She had made it to a second interview. The person who interviewed her had told her she was impressive and that the role seemed like an excellent fit. She had heard nothing for 3 weeks, called twice, and eventually received a form email informing her the position had been filled. The person hired had been, according to LinkedIn, 26 years old with 4 years of experience. Rosa had 20 years. Theo Pappas had applied for a senior sales associate role at a luxury menswear store on Rodeo Drive, 2 streets from where he currently worked, 18 months ago. He had been given a trial shift. He had performed well by his own account and by the account of the colleague who had supervised him, a woman named Diane Ostroff, who had told him afterward that she would be recommending him strongly. The job had gone to someone else. Theo had been told it was a budget decision. Blessing Adeyemi had not applied elsewhere. She had looked, had spent 3 evenings last spring with her laptop open and various job listing sites pulled up, and had made the calculation, alone and quietly, that moving required a certainty she did not yet have, and a financial cushion she had not yet built, and she had closed the laptop and gone to bed, and not opened it again. Sandra found this in no document. She found it in the negative space, in the absence of applications from someone with Blessing's skills and tenure who should, by rights, have been climbing somewhere better by now. Marcus Whitfield had submitted a music production portfolio to 2 independent labels in 2021 through an online submission portal. He had received automated acknowledgement emails. Nothing further. Yuki Tanaka had, in 2022, sent a letter, an actual letter, handwritten, on good paper, to the head of the costume department at a major film studio, expressing her interest in contributing to their tailoring team on a freelance basis. She had included photographs of her work. The letter had been sent to the correct address. Sandra confirmed this through a contact. The letter had not been answered. Sandra sat with all of this for a while before she wrote it up. Then she wrote it up. Clean, factual, no editorializing this time. Just the information, laid out, name by name. She added one line at the bottom. It was not a professional note. It was something she felt needed to be said, and she said it. These are people who kept trying and were not seen. Whatever you are planning, I think it should include making sure they are seen by the right people. The suits will mean something. But the doors matter more. She sent it. Keanu replied 7 minutes later. Already on it. Need 3 names from you. People who owe me a favor, and who hire people who are this good. I'll explain the rest. Sandra pulled up her contacts. She found 3 names in under 2 minutes. She sent them without comment, because none was needed. On Thursday morning, October 19, 2023, before the sun had fully cleared the buildings on North Camden Drive, and before the first staff member had arrived to unlock Alderman and Cross, a figure approached the front door of the store. No one saw this happen. There was no camera angle, no witness account, no photograph. This detail comes from Sandra, who arranged it, and from the person she sent to do it. A courier she trusted, a young man named Felix Arroyo, who had done work for her before, and who understood that some jobs required discretion above all other qualities. Felix slid 6 envelopes under the door of Alderman and Cross at 6:48 in the morning. Each envelope was white, standard size, sealed. A name written on the front in handwriting that was not Felix's. He had collected the envelopes from Sandra's apartment the evening before, already addressed, already sealed. The handwriting was unhurried and clear. Not the careful handwriting of someone trying to disguise their usual script, but the natural handwriting of someone who writes by hand regularly and thinks of it as a meaningful act rather than an inconvenience. 6 names, written by one hand: Darnell, Rosa, Theo, Blessing, Marcus, Yuki. Felix pushed them under the door one at a time, carefully, making sure each one cleared the gap completely and lay flat on the dark wine carpet on the other side. He stood up. He looked at the brushed gold sign above the door for a moment. Then he walked back to his car and drove away. Inside the envelopes, each one slightly different in its specific details, but identical in its opening and closing, were letters that Keanu had written by hand the evening before, sitting at the kitchen table in his house with a glass of water and a good pen and no music playing, in the particular silence of a person doing something that matters. And at the bottom of each letter, beneath the words that were particular to each person, beneath the time and the address on Rodeo Drive, below the 4 words that would stop each of them cold when they read them, "This one's for you," was a single initial, K. Not a full name, not a signature designed to be recognized, just the letter, the beginning of something. The first sound of a word that meant, "I was in that room too. I saw you. I know what you are worth, and I want you to know it too." The envelopes lay on the dark wine carpet of Alderman and Cross, in the early morning quiet, 6 white rectangles against the deep red, holding everything they contained. They lay there for 57 minutes, until Darnell Okafor arrived at 7:45, the way he always did, 15 minutes before open, to unlock the door and silence the alarm and let the day begin. He turned his key in the lock. He pushed the door open. He looked down, and he almost stepped on his own name. Darnell Okafor stood in the doorway of Alderman and Cross for a long moment without moving. The alarm was beeping its patient 15-second warning from the panel on the wall to his left, the soft, insistent double tone that he had silenced every morning for 4 years without thinking about it. The way you stop hearing a clock tick in a room you have lived in long enough. This morning he heard it. He heard all 15 seconds of it individually, each one distinct, before his muscle memory finally moved his hand to the panel, and his fingers entered the code and the beeping stopped. He did not take his eyes off the envelope. It lay on the dark wine carpet just inside the door, slightly skewed from where it had slid through the gap, one corner bent upward at a soft angle. White, standard size. His name on the front in handwriting he did not recognize. Unhurried, clear. The kind of handwriting that comes from a person who considers the act of writing something worth doing properly. Darnell. Just that. No last name, no title, no to whom it may concern, or Alderman and Cross staff, or any of the other formulations that reduced a person to their function. Just his name, written as though the person who wrote it knew him, as though the name itself were enough of an address. He crouched down and picked it up. He turned it over, plain on the back, sealed with care, the flap pressed down cleanly. He held it for a moment the way you hold something when you are trying to decide if you are ready for what is inside it. Then he looked up and saw the other envelopes. 5 more, spread across the carpet in a loose line from the door. Each one white, each one sealed, each one with a name on the front in the same handwriting. He moved along the line slowly, reading each name without touching them yet. Rosa, Theo, Blessing, Marcus, Yuki. He straightened up. He stood in the middle of the store in the early morning quiet. The alarm silenced, the lights not yet fully on, just the pale natural light coming through the front window from the street outside. And he looked at the 6 envelopes laid out on the dark wine carpet and felt something move through him that he could not immediately name. It was not quite fear, and not quite excitement, and not quite the specific feeling of a trap, though that instinct visited briefly and was dismissed almost immediately, because nothing about the handwriting on these envelopes felt like a trap. It felt like the opposite of a trap. It felt like something deliberately, carefully, personally left for someone it was meant for. And he left the other 5 where they were. He went to his station in the back and sat down with his own envelope and held it under the good light. He thought about the previous 2 days, about the 11 minutes, and the 5 words, and Adese's hand on his at the kitchen table, and the salt shaker he had stared at, and not tasted his jollof rice. He thought about Blessing's text at 10 o'clock, and his 2-word reply, and how those 2 words had been the truest thing he had said all evening. He opened the envelope. The letter inside was written on plain white paper, unlined, in the same handwriting as the envelope. It was not long. He read it once quickly, the way you read something when your eyes are moving faster than your understanding. Then he read it again slowly. Then he sat with it in his hands for a moment before he read the part at the bottom. The time, the address, and 4 words that sat on the page with the simple, devastating weight of something that had been waiting a long time to be said to him specifically. This one's for you. Below that, a single letter. K. Darnell set the letter down on his work table. He put both hands flat on either side of it, the way you brace yourself against a surface when the ground has shifted. He looked at his hands, the hands that could stitch a buttonhole so clean it looked like it grew there, the hands his daughter called big hands and held with both of hers when they crossed streets. And he felt something behind his eyes go sharp and bright, in a way he had not expected and was not prepared for. He did not cry. He was not, as a general rule, a person who cried easily. But there was a long moment in which not crying required a specific, deliberate effort, and he made it. And then he sat quietly with the letter for another minute before he took out his phone and sent a photograph of it to Adayeze. No words, just the photograph. She replied in 30 seconds. Go. One word. All capitals. The period after it made it feel like the end of an argument that had been running for 4 years. Not a heated argument, not a dramatic one, just the long, quiet argument between a person and their circumstances about whether they are worth more than what they are currently being given. The period said, yes, obviously, always. Darnell put his phone in his pocket. He folded the letter carefully along its original creases and put it back in the envelope, and put the envelope in the inside pocket of his jacket, close to him. He went back out to the store floor and turned on the lights. Rosa Santana arrived at 8 o'clock exactly, the way she always did. She came in through the staff entrance on the side of the building, the door that opened onto the narrow passage between Alderman and Cross and the florist next door, because she had parked in the small lot behind the block and the side entrance was closer. She was carrying her bag on one shoulder and a small container of leftover rice from last night's dinner that she would eat at her workstation at noon, the way she did every day, because the lunch options near the store were expensive and the rice was better anyway. Darnell was at the front of the store when she came in. He looked at her in a way that she registered immediately. Not alarmed, but alert, the way a person looks when they are holding information that they are waiting to hand you. "There's something for you," he said. "On the floor near the door. There's something for everyone." She walked to the front. She saw the 5 remaining envelopes, hers among them. She picked it up and looked at her name on the front in the careful handwriting, and something about the handwriting itself, its unhurriedness, the way each letter was given its full space, made her already know, before she opened it, that whatever was inside had been written with intention. She did not open it immediately. She carried it to her workstation in the back and set it beside her container of leftover rice and her seam ripper and the charcoal jacket from yesterday that still had 2 hours of work left on it. She sat down. She looked at the envelope for a moment. Then she opened it. She read it. She got to the 4 words at the bottom. "This one's for you," and she stopped reading. She sat very still for approximately 20 seconds. Then Rosa Santana, 44 years old, alterations specialist, who sent half her paycheck home every month and had worked in this building for 7 years and called it El Museo because nothing ever changed, put the letter face down on her workstation and pressed both hands over her face and cried. Not quietly. Not the careful, contained crying she had done on the phone with her mother 2 nights ago. This was different, faster and more sudden, the kind that arrives before you have time to prepare for it, because it is not grief exactly, but something that lives just on the other side of grief, in the place where you discover that someone has seen you when you had stopped expecting to be seen. She cried for 4 minutes. Then she pressed her hands flat on the table, the way her mother had taught her to collect herself. Feet on the ground, hands on something solid. Breathe. And she breathed, and she straightened up, and she picked the letter back up and read it again from the beginning, all the way through, slowly this time, taking in every word. When she got to the letter K at the bottom, she thought about the man she had watched through the porthole curtain for 11 minutes 2 days ago. The man she had not recognized then. She thought about his face when he had said okay, just that one word, carrying everything. And she thought about his stillness on the sidewalk afterward. She thought, I know who this is. She did not say it out loud. Not yet. She folded the letter. She put it in the inside pocket of her bag, where she kept her most important documents. Her mother's phone number, written on a card, even though she had it memorized. A photograph of Imani, that Darnell had given her last Christmas. Her rosary. She picked up the charcoal jacket. She picked up her seam ripper. She worked for exactly 2 hours. Good work, clean work. The jacket would be perfect by 10 o'clock. And then she would figure out what to do about the afternoon. Theo Pappas found his envelope at 8:20, tucked against the frame of the front door, in a way that meant he almost missed it. It had slid partly behind the umbrella stand that nobody had ever used but that Gerald insisted on keeping there because it looked appropriate. He saw the corner of white paper peeking from behind the stand and almost walked past it, assuming it was a flyer. And then he saw his name and stopped. He picked it up. He stood in the middle of the store floor with his coat still on, bag still on his shoulder, and he opened it right there, because Theo Pappas was not a person who waited for a private moment when a present moment was available. He read it. He read it again. He turned it over as though there might be something on the back. There was not. He looked at the address. He knew exactly where Brioni was. He had walked past it countless times on his lunch breaks. The deliberate, slightly longer route he took when he needed to remember that beautiful things existed. Looking at the window display the way he looked at stage doors, with a mixture of longing and the specifically calibrated hope of someone who has not given up but has learned to hold hope lightly so it doesn't become a burden. He had never been inside. He stood in the store floor in his coat and read the letter a third time. "This one's for you." The 4 words did something to him that he had not expected, which was that they made him think about Mr. Brennan, about the acting class, and the 45 seconds of silence on the black stage under the flat light, and the moment of moral failure that he had performed by not performing it, by just standing in it. He had chosen the easy thing over the right thing on Tuesday afternoon. Someone was choosing the right thing for him on Thursday morning. He felt the justice of this so acutely that it almost knocked him sideways. He took off his coat. He hung it on the hook in the back. He began his usual morning setup, unlocking the display cases, straightening the folded items on the shelves. But his hands were moving through tasks his mind had already left, because his mind was on Rodeo Drive, inside a store he had only ever seen from the outside, sitting in a chair with good lighting, while someone measured him for something made exactly for him and no one else. He worked until 10:30 and then told Gerald he had a dental appointment. Gerald, who was on his computer and did not look up, waved a hand in the vague direction of the permission Theo had not technically asked for. Blessing Adeyemi found her envelope at 8:45. She had been at the register for 40 minutes before she noticed it. It was behind the counter, partially slid under the base of the register stand, which meant it had traveled further across the carpet than the others, pushed perhaps by the draft from the door opening and closing in the first hour of business. She reached down for what she assumed was a dropped receipt. She saw her name. She picked it up slowly, with the care of someone who senses they are holding something significant before they know what it is. She was, after all, the one who noticed things. The one who had noticed a stranger standing alone for 11 minutes on a Tuesday morning and had started walking toward him and been stopped. She was the one who registered details that others moved past. She registered everything about this envelope before she opened it. The weight of it, the quality of the paper, which was heavier than standard, with a slight texture to it. The ink of the handwriting, which was dark blue rather than black, and had a slight variation in pressure that meant a real pen, not a ballpoint, a fountain pen maybe, or at least a quality roller ball. The way her name was written, not quickly, not as an address to be dispatched with, but as though the person writing it had paused on the first letter and given themselves a moment before continuing. She opened it behind the counter, holding it below the register so it was not visible from the floor. She read it. When she got to the single letter at the bottom, she looked up immediately, instinctively, toward the front door, as though the person who had signed it might still be standing there. The front door was closed. The street outside was a regular Thursday morning in Beverly Hills. A woman with a shopping bag. A man on a phone. The florist next door receiving a delivery of white flowers from a van with its hazards on. Blessing looked back down at the letter. She thought about the phone call she had not made on Tuesday night. The one to her mother in Lagos. Not Darnell's mother, her own mother, Mrs. Ngozi Adeyemi, who called her every Sunday, and every Sunday asked, "How is the job, Blessing? Are they treating you well?" And every Sunday Blessing said, "Yes, Mum, it's good." And her mother, unlike Doña Carmen and unlike Adeze, had not yet heard the crack in the word. She thought, "I am going to call her tonight and tell her the truth." She put the letter in her bag. She went back to the register. She entered the morning figures with her usual precision. But once, around 10 o'clock, she caught Darnell's eye across the store, and something passed between them in the shorthand they had built over 18 months. Something that said, "Did you get one? And did it say what mine said? And are we going to the same place this afternoon?" His look said, "Yes, yes, and yes." Marcus Whitfield found his envelope at 9 o'clock when he moved the cufflink display to do the weekly clean of the glass case beneath it. It was tucked against the base of the display, face up, his name visible through the glass, which meant that in the 90 minutes since the store had opened, he had been standing approximately 8 inches from his own name without knowing it. He thought about this for a moment. The idea that something meant for you can be that close without you seeing it. He picked it up. He opened it at his station in the back, standing up because he was too restless to sit, reading with the quick eye of someone who has spent years consuming information efficiently because efficiency is what the job required. He read the 4 words, "This one's for you." He stood there for a moment. Then he did what he had done on Tuesday evening, when the whole impossible strangeness of the universe had presented itself for consideration. He laughed, the same laugh as before, full and real, and from somewhere deep in his chest, the laugh that was not performed for anyone, because there was no one in the back room to perform it for. It lasted about 4 seconds, and when it was over, he was standing in the same place, but something had shifted in his posture, some held thing released. The way a room changes when you open a window that has been closed a long time. He thought about the beat in his phone, the 47 seconds that had no ending. He thought, maybe the ending was waiting for something. Maybe it was waiting for this. He put the letter in his back pocket. He went back to the floor. He ironed a display jacket, and he hummed while he did it. The same wandering melody as always, but today it went somewhere at the end. Just a few notes further than it usually went. Just far enough to feel like it was pointing somewhere. Nobody said anything, but Rosa, at her curtain, heard it, and she smiled at the wall. Yuki Tanaka found her envelope last. This was fitting in a way that she would later recognize but did not think about consciously at the time. She was the last to arrive most mornings. Not late, never late. She had not been late to a day of work in 30 years. But she came in at 9:15 because she had found over the years that arriving after the initial morning noise had settled meant she could go directly to her station and begin working without interruption, which was the state she preferred above all others. She came in through the side entrance. She went directly to her locker. She put on her apron. She sat at her station. She did not see the envelope until 10 minutes later, when she went to the supply cabinet for a new spool of thread and noticed the white rectangle lying on the shelf above the thread spools, propped against the wall. Someone had placed it there for her. She understood immediately that it had been on the main floor with the others, and that someone, Darnell, she thought, or Blessing, had moved it here so she would find it in her own space, in her own time, in the workroom rather than the showroom, where she actually lived. She picked it up. She looked at her name in the careful blue ink. She stood at the supply cabinet and read the letter where she stood, with a spool of ivory thread in one hand and the letter in the other. The way you read something when your body doesn't want to wait for a chair. She read it all the way through without stopping. She read the words in the middle that were particular to her. The mention of craft, of 30 years of trained hands, of the specific dignity of work done excellently in rooms where excellence goes unnamed. She read the 4 words at the bottom and felt them the way you feel something that has been precisely aimed. Not at a general target, at you. This one's for you. She looked at the K beneath it for a long time. She thought about Mr. Hashimoto, about his hands at the edge of the photograph, blurred in motion, always working, about what he had told her. The cloth does not care who wears it. Only the tailor's hands make it mean something. She had believed this and it had sustained her, and tonight she had wondered if it was still enough, and here was a letter in her hand, from someone who was telling her in different words the same thing, but from the other direction. Not from the tailor's side, but from the cloth side, the wearer's side, the side of someone who had been inside her work without knowing it, and had felt what her hands had made, and understood what it was worth. She put the thread spool back. She walked to her locker and opened it. She took out the photograph of the Tokyo shop. She looked at it for a moment. The long work table, the bolts of cloth, Mr. Hashimoto's hands at the edge of the frame. She placed the letter next to the photograph, careful and deliberate, the way you place something beside something else because they belong together. Then she closed the locker. She took off her apron. She folded it in thirds, precisely, and placed it on her stool. She had work that was not finished, a lining that needed another hour, a hem that was waiting. She looked at her station for a moment, at the half-finished work, the good tools laid out in their usual arrangement, the machine that she kept cleaner than anyone else kept theirs. She left anyway. Not because the work did not matter, because something mattered more. She walked out through the store without hurrying, the way she did everything, and she went out the front door, and the chime above it rang once, the same soft note it always rang. They had not planned to arrive at the same time. This was the part that none of them had arranged, and none of them could entirely explain afterward. The fact that 6 people leaving a store at 6 different times throughout a Thursday morning, by 6 different routes, and for 6 different stated reasons, all arrived at the corner of Rodeo Drive and Dayton Way within 11 minutes of each other. Perhaps it was simply the address. Brioni's Beverly Hills location was specific enough that there was only one sensible way to get there from Camden Drive. And the Thursday lunch hour had a particular rhythm that 6 people who had worked in the same building for years had absorbed into their bodies without knowing it. Perhaps it was something else. The feeling, shared by all of them, of moving towards something rather than away from something, which is a different quality of movement and tends to arrive at its destination with a different quality of punctuality. Darnell was there first, at 12:48, standing on the sidewalk outside the tall glass frontage of the store with his hands in his pockets, looking at his own reflection in the window with an expression that was somewhere between composure and the edges of something more. Rosa arrived at 12:52. She saw Darnell and stopped walking, and they looked at each other for a moment before she came to stand beside him. Marcus at 12:54, still humming the last few notes of the melody that had found its ending this morning, which he stopped when he saw them and then continued, quietly, because it felt right. Theo at 12:56, slightly breathless, having walked faster than he needed to from where he had parked, because he had been afraid of being late, even though he did not know what time anyone else was arriving. Blessing at 12:57, who saw all 4 of them standing there and laughed, a bright surprise sound on the Rodeo Drive sidewalk, because she had somehow not expected this, even though of course it made complete sense that they would all be here. And Yuki at 12:59, who arrived without hurrying, who came around the corner and saw 5 people from her workplace standing outside one of the most famous luxury stores in the world in the October midday sun, and who stopped for a moment with an expression that nobody who was watching could have read easily, because it was doing too many things at once. She walked to where the others were standing. 6 people on a Rodeo Drive sidewalk. They looked at each other. The moment had a quality of unreality, the good kind, the kind that comes when something implausible turns out to be true. Lessing said, "Did y'all all get a card?" Nobody answered immediately. They did not need to. The answer was visible on every face, in Darnell's careful composure, in Rosa's eyes that were still slightly bright, in the way Theo was holding himself with the particular contained energy of someone trying not to let the full size of the feeling show, in Marcus's expression of open and uncomplicated joy, in Yuki's stillness that was not the stillness of distance but of depth. Yes, they had all gotten a card. They were all here. They were here because someone had sat on a sidewalk 2 days ago with a $4 coffee, and decided that being told you do not belong is not the end of the story. It is only the place where the real story begins. Darnell looked at the door of Brioni. The heavy glass, the brass handle, the quiet authority of a place that had always understood its own worth and had never needed to communicate it through cruelty. He reached out and pulled it open. He held it for the others. "After you," he said. And one by one, in the October midday light on Rodeo Drive, 6 people who had been told in various ways and over various years that they were background, walked through a door that someone had held open for them. Not a door to a store, a door to something else entirely. The first thing Darnell noticed was the light. It was different from the light at Alderman and Cross, in a way that was difficult to name immediately, but impossible to ignore once you felt it. At Alderman and Cross, the lighting was warm, in the way that a strategy is warm, calculated to make the merchandise look its best, angled precisely to catch the sheen of the fabric and the glint of the cufflink cases, designed for the product rather than the person standing in front of it. You were lit so that you could see the suits better. The suits were the point. You were the vehicle. The light inside Brioni, on Rodeo Drive, was warm in an entirely different way. It was the light of a room that understood people were the point. Soft and even, coming from sources that were not immediately obvious, filling the space without casting harsh shadows. The kind of light that made everyone in it look like the best version of themselves. The kind of light, Darnell thought, that a person could stand in and not feel examined. He stood just inside the doorway and took it in. The store was not large by the standards of the avenue outside. It was not trying to be large. The floor was pale stone, smooth and cool-looking, and the walls were a deep, warm gray that made the clothing on display seem to float against them. There were suits on forms along one wall, a navy, a charcoal, a rich dark brown that had green in it when the light caught it a certain way. And they were displayed not as merchandise exactly, but more as arguments, the way a gallery displays paintings, each one making its case quietly, each one certain of what it was. There were no price tags visible anywhere. Theo noticed this immediately and thought, "Of course there aren't." Rosa noticed the carpet, which was not wine dark but a pale, warm gray that matched the walls, and which was so thick underfoot that she could feel it through her shoes, a softness she was not expecting that made her feel, absurdly, slightly safer. Marcus noticed the music, something instrumental and understated playing at a volume that sat just below the level of awareness, present but not imposing. The kind of music that a very good sound designer had chosen because it made people feel slightly more themselves. Blessing noticed everything and said nothing, which was her way. Yuki noticed the suits on the forms. She moved her eyes across each one, with the professional assessment of someone who has spent 30 years knowing immediately whether a garment has been made well or made adequately. She spent 3 seconds on each. By the end of 9 seconds, she had her answer, and her answer was extraordinary. The construction was extraordinary. The way the shoulders sat on the forms, not stiffly, not propped, but with the relaxed inevitability of shoulders that have been cut by someone who understood the physics of a human body in motion, told her everything she needed to know about who had made these things and how seriously they had taken the making. She felt something she had not felt in a long time in a store that was not her own workroom. She felt respect. Lorenzo Vinci appeared from the back of the store with the unhurried ease of someone who has been expecting you and is genuinely glad you are here. He was 61 years old, silver-haired, with the particular physical quality of a man who has spent his professional life in beautiful rooms. A certain uprightness, a certain attention to his own bearing, but without the stiffness of affectation. He wore a dark charcoal suit that fit him so precisely it seemed less like clothing and more like a fact about him. He crossed the pale stone floor with his hand already extended. "Mr. Okafor," he said, and his pronunciation was perfect. The emphasis on the second syllable, the R at the end of Okafor, given its full presence, rather than swallowed or approximated. And Darnell, who had spent 4 years in this city, having his name mispronounced and graciously correcting it, and being mispronounced again, felt the correctness of it land in his chest like something solid. "Yes," he said. He shook the hand. Lorenzo moved along the group, name by name, each one spoken with the same care. Miss Santana, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Adeyemi, Mr. Whitfield, Ms. Tanaka. Each name given its full weight, its correct shape. Each handshake genuine. Not the performative warmth of a retail greeting, but the warmth of a person who understands that they are meeting people who matter and is acting accordingly. When he reached Yuki, she looked at him with her assessing eyes for a moment after the handshake, in the way she assessed everything, direct and thorough, and then she gave a small nod of the kind that, from Yuki Tanaka, constituted significant approval. Lorenzo noticed. He allowed himself a small smile. "Please," he said, gesturing toward the back of the store. "I have a room prepared for you." The room was not what any of them had expected, though none of them could have said precisely what they had expected. A fitting room, maybe. Functional, mirrored, a small platform and a curtain, and the efficient machinery of a professional measurement process. What Lorenzo led them to was something else. It was a private room at the back of the store, separated from the main floor by a wide doorway hung with heavy curtains in a warm ivory. The room beyond the curtains was large and soft-lit, with 3 full-length mirrors on one wall, tall, framed in dark wood, angled to give a 3-way view, and on the opposite wall, a long table with upholstered chairs along one side. On the table were glasses, a tall bottle of sparkling water, a carafe of still water, and small white plates, arranged with things to eat. Fruit, bread, small pieces of good cheese. Nothing excessive, just enough to say, "You are not here to conduct business quickly and leave. You are here because your time matters, and your comfort matters, and we have thought about both." In the center of the room, 6 rolling clothing racks stood in a loose arrangement, each one holding fabric samples in a range of colors, bolts and swatches, and full lengths of cloth that caught the room's warm light and threw it back in the particular way that only fine material does, with a depth that cheaper fabric simply cannot achieve regardless of the color. 3 tailors waited in the room. Each one stood quietly near a different station, measuring tape around one neck, chalk in a jacket pocket, a small leather-bound notebook in a hand. They had been here since 1 o'clock. They had prepared the room themselves, with Lorenzo's direction, and they had prepared it as though the people coming were important, because Lorenzo had told them they were, and because Lorenzo's judgment on such matters had not been wrong in 31 years. The 6 stood in the doorway and looked at the room. Nobody spoke for a moment. It was Blessing who said, very quietly, mostly to herself, "Oh." It was the right word. It was the only word. It was the word for the specific feeling of discovering that someone has taken real care over something meant for you. Not generic care, not the care of a process applied equally to all inputs, but particular, considered, you specifically care, that could only have been put here by someone who thought about you and what you deserved, and then acted on the thought. Lorenzo gave them a moment with the room. He understood rooms. He understood that some spaces needed to be inhabited before they were explained. Then he said, "Each of you will work with one of our master tailors today. You will be measured completely. You will choose your fabric, your lining, your buttons, any detail you wish. The suit will be made entirely to you, to your body, your preference, your taste. Nothing will be off the rack. Nothing will be altered from a standard pattern. It begins with you, and it ends with you, and there is nothing in between that is not specific to you." He paused. "The suits will be ready in 3 weeks, and delivered to your homes." Rosa raised her hand. She did it before she could stop herself. The automatic gesture of a woman who had been raising her hand in rooms for 44 years, to make sure she was allowed to speak before she spoke. She felt it the moment her arm went up, and felt a flash of self-consciousness about it. But Lorenzo was already turning to her with an expression of complete and unhurried attention. "Yes, Ms. Santana. Who is paying for this?" she said. She asked it the way she asked everything, directly, without apology, because Rosa Santana had learned long ago that the most important questions were the ones people were too polite to ask, and that someone had to ask them. Lorenzo paused. Sandra had given him this instruction clearly. He had underlined it in his notebook. He had thought about it on and off since Wednesday morning, turning it over, appreciating the quality of it, the deliberateness of the anonymity, the way it shifted the gift from being about the giver and made it entirely about the receiver. "A friend," he said. "Someone who wanted you to have something beautiful." "But who?" Theo said immediately, because Theo was also a person who asked the important questions, just slightly louder and faster than Rosa. "I'm afraid I genuinely cannot say," Lorenzo said. "The instruction was very clear, and I respect it completely. What I can tell you is that the person who arranged this did so with considerable thought and considerable care. What they wanted you to know, and this I can tell you, because they said it to the person who called me, is that you are extraordinarily talented, all of you, and that you deserve something made exactly for you." The room was quiet for a moment after this. They looked at each other in the particular way that 6 people look at each other when they are all holding the same suspicion, and none of them wants to be the first to say it out loud, because saying it out loud makes it either more real or more likely to dissolve. And neither consequence feels safe yet. They all suspected. But suspicion is not knowing, and without knowing they could only sit with it. This enormous and inexplicable and precise act of care from someone who had, by the careful anonymity of K, made himself a rumor rather than a name, a feeling rather than a fact. Darnell thought, "I know who sent this." Rosa thought, "I know who sent this." Theo thought, "I know who sent this." And then immediately, "No, that cannot be right." "Can that be right?" Blessing thought, "I know exactly who sent this," and felt something she had not felt in 18 months at that store, which was the specific warmth of knowing that she had been right to keep noticing things, right to keep caring, right not to let the daily grind of being overlooked teach her to stop paying attention. Marcus thought, "I know who sent this." And then he thought about the 47 seconds of unfinished music in his phone and felt, for the first time in 3 years, that the ending was coming and he would know it when it arrived. Yuki thought nothing in words. She looked at the fabric swatches on the rolling rack nearest her, reached out and touched a bolt of ivory wool-silk blend with 2 fingers, feeling the weight of it, the hand of it, the way it moved, and she felt the thought without language, which was the way she felt the most important things. The fittings began. Each person was guided to a separate station by one of the 3 tailors. Pairs formed naturally. Then the 3rd tailor moved between the remaining stations, patient and unhurried. The measuring process at Brioni for a bespoke suit is not quick. It is not meant to be quick. A full bespoke measurement involves over 30 individual measurements, not just the standard chest and waist and inseam, but the specific geometry of a body, the way it carries itself, the angles and asymmetries that make one human body different from every other human body that has ever existed. The left shoulder that sits 1/4 inch lower than the right, the way a person's posture shifts their jacket collar, the length of arm that falls at rest versus the length that works when the arm is in motion. A Brioni tailor does not measure a body. A Brioni tailor reads a body. The way Darnell read fabric, the way Yuki read cloth, the same attention, the same respect for the thing in front of you. Each of them felt this. Each of them felt, standing in front of the tall wood-framed mirrors while careful hands moved with measuring tape and chalk, and the small leather notebooks filled with numbers that were specific to them alone, what it was like to be the point, not the customer, not the client, not the person being efficiently processed through a service transaction. The point. Darnell stood on the small platform in front of his mirror and chose a deep navy wool with a subtle window pane check. a fine, almost invisible grid woven into the fabric in a slightly lighter blue that you could only see when the light hit it at certain angles, which was exactly what he wanted. Something that declared itself quietly, something that rewarded paying attention. His tailor, a man named James Okoro, Nigerian-British, 40 years old, who had trained at the Brioni Atelier in Penne, Abruzzo in Italy, measured him in silence that was companionable rather than empty. At one point, while measuring Darnell's right shoulder, James paused and said, without looking up from his notebook, "You have a tailor's build. The way you hold your shoulders, you carry yourself like someone who understands structure." Darnell looked at himself in the three-way mirror. He looked at his own face, which was doing something he had not seen it do in a while, something open, something that had put down a weight it had been carrying for long enough that putting it down felt strange and right at the same time. "I am a tailor," he said. James looked up. "Then you know exactly what this is going to be." "Yeah," Darnell said. He looked at the navy fabric on the rack, the fine window pane check, catching the light and losing it and catching it again. "Yeah, I do." He stood very still for the rest of the measurements. His eyes went bright in the way that they had gone bright in the back room that morning when he read the letter, and this time he did not fight it. He let whatever it was be on his face. There was no one here who would use it against him. Rosa chose charcoal gray. She had known she would choose charcoal gray before she had even looked at the swatches, because charcoal gray was the color of serious work done seriously, and Rosa Santana was a serious woman who had done serious work for a long time without anyone reflecting that seriousness back at her. She wanted to wear the color of what she actually was. She asked for a cream silk lining. The tailor, a woman named Clara Meza, Mexican-American, 50 years old, with hands as sure as Rosa's own, showed her 3 cream silks of varying weights. Rosa touched each one and chose the heaviest, the one with the most body, the one that would move when she moved, but would not flutter or shift. She knew exactly what she wanted and why she wanted it. And Clara Meza recognized this and stepped back and let her choose without narrating the options at her. It was one of the finest professional courtesies anyone had extended to Rosa in years. "Can the buttons be pearl?" Rosa asked. "Of course," Clara said. She produced a small tray of button options. Pearl in 3 sizes, 4 different finishes. Rosa picked them up one by one and held each one to the fabric sample and made her choice, with the eye of someone who has spent 7 years thinking about the relationship between every element of a garment. She chose the smallest size, the finest finish, the button that would be almost invisible against the charcoal until you were close enough to see how beautiful it was. She looked at herself in the mirror while Clara measured. She looked at the shape of herself. The shape of a woman who had been working since she was 17 years old, who had raised herself to her full height in every room she had ever walked into, regardless of whether the room acknowledged her, who had sent money home for 11 years, not because she had to, but because the people she loved needed it, and she was the one who could send it. She looked at that woman in the mirror and thought, yes, a charcoal suit with cream silk and pearl buttons. That is exactly right. That is exactly who this is. She looked at the ceiling for a moment. Then she looked back at her reflection, and she smiled at it, which was something she had not done in a mirror in so long that the smile felt new in her face, like a word in a language she was relearning. Marcus chose midnight blue and talked the entire time. Not nervously. Marcus Whitfield did not do nervous talking. He did the other kind, the kind that comes from genuine ease and genuine interest in the person across from him. He talked with his tailor, Soren Halvorsen, a Danish man of 45, with an extremely dry sense of humor that Marcus discovered on accident when he made a joke about the measuring tape, and Soren responded with something so perfectly timed and so completely deadpan that Marcus laughed loudly enough that Blessing, 2 stations over, looked up. They talked about fabric, about the specific blue of midnight, which Soren described as the color of 3 in the morning, when you've decided the night was worth it. And Marcus liked this description so much, he said he was going to use it in a song lyric. And Soren said, please do. They talked about music. Soren played piano. Marcus produced beats. They discovered, in the 25 minutes of the fitting, that they had 3 musicians in common who they both admired, which in Los Angeles is either a coincidence or the city reminding you that it is smaller than it looks. Marcus stood in front of the mirror in his midnight blue and thought about the unfinished beat in his phone. He thought, 3 in the morning when you've decided the night was worth it. He thought, that's the ending. That's what was missing. That feeling. The feeling of something being worth it. He did not take out his phone. He held it in his memory, and it sat there warm and complete, and he knew it would still be there when he got home. Blessing chose emerald green. She had always wanted to wear emerald green. This was not a new desire. It was old, specific, rooted in a memory of a dress her aunt had worn to a church service in Lagos when Blessing was 6 years old. A dress the color of the deepest part of a forest. And the way her aunt had walked into that church and the room had reorganized itself slightly around her without her doing anything except being fully, unapologetically present in the color she had chosen. Blessing had never worn emerald green. The opportunities had not arisen, or she had told herself they hadn't, which was not quite the same thing. She stood in front of the mirror in the fitting room of Brioni on Rodeo Drive at 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon in October, and she looked at the swatch of emerald wool that the tailor held against her collarbone, and she felt her 6-year-old self in a church in Lagos, watching a woman in green walk into a room like she owned the air in it. Yes, she said, that one. Her tailor, a woman named Priya Nair, Indian-British, 33, precise and warm in equal measure, smiled at the certainty of it. Excellent choice, she said. Not the retail excellent choice, the automatic affirmation, the genuine one. I know, Blessing said. And then she surprised herself by laughing, because she did know, and the knowing felt good in a way that was new, and also somehow familiar, like a room she had been in before but had forgotten she had the key to. Theo chose black. He had known he would choose black before he arrived, the same way Rosa had known about charcoal, because black was classical and timeless and correct for a vast range of occasions, and because Theo Pappas had spent 6 years going to auditions in whatever he could put together and he wanted, needed, in a way that went beyond vanity, to walk into the next audition room wearing something that said, I belong here. I have always belonged here. This is not a question. His tailor, Marco Rinaldi, Italian, 57, the most senior of the 3, whose hands moved with the absolute certainty of someone who has been doing one thing excellently for 35 years, measured him without wasted motion, every gesture purposeful, every number noted with the confidence of someone who has learned that precision is a form of respect. At one point, Marco said, stand naturally. Don't perform standing. Theo, who had been holding himself with the particular careful awareness of someone in an audition, exhaled. He let his shoulders drop a half-inch. He let his weight settle. There, Marco said. That is you. We make the suit for that. Theo looked at himself in the mirror. Not the mirror he performed for, not the mirror he auditioned for, the regular mirror, the Tuesday mirror, the him that sat in a car in a Silver Lake parking lot after acting class and looked at the sky. Yeah, he said quietly. Okay? Yuki stood in front of her mirror and said almost nothing. This was not unusual. Yuki communicated primarily through her hands and her eyes, and in the fitting room she used both. She touched the fabric swatches with the thorough attention of 30 years of professional tactile assessment, feeling weight and drape and finish, and she looked at herself in the 3-way mirror with an evaluation that was neither vain nor dismissive, but simply clear. She was looking at herself the way she looked at a garment on a form, accurately, without the distortion of either flattery or criticism. She chose ivory, not white. Ivory, the color of the finest raw silk, the color of something that has not been forced into a brightness it did not come to naturally, the color of patience made visible. She had known she would choose it. She had thought about it on the drive over, in the back of the car she had taken, because she did not feel like navigating parking today, looking out the window at the October city, and thinking about what color a person wears when they want to say, "This is what I am," when I am entirely myself. Ivory was that color for Yuki Tanaka. It had always been. Her tailor was Soren. He moved between stations. And when he came to Yuki, he immediately recognized in her the quality of attention that professionals extend to each other across disciplines. The mutual recognition of someone who knows what careful work looks like. He measured her quietly. She permitted it quietly. At one point, he showed her the bolt of ivory wool silk blend she had touched when she first came into the room, and she took it from him and held it up in the light and turned it the way she turned all fabric, assessing the way it moved, the way the light went into it rather than bouncing off it, the way it fell when released. "This one," she said. "Yes," Soren said. "Just that." She stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself in the ivory light and thought about Mr. Hashimoto's photograph in her locker and the letter she had placed beside it. She thought about what he had told her. The cloth does not care who wears it. She looked at the ivory fabric held against her collarbone, and she thought, but I care. I care who wears it. And today, finally, what I am wearing is something made for me. She did not cry, but her eyes held everything, the way deep water holds light, all the way down, quietly, without making a sound about it. They were done by 3:15. They filed back into the main room, each carrying a small card with their measurements recorded and their fabric and detail choices confirmed. The conversation that moved between them had a quality of looseness and warmth that none of them had experienced together before. They were people who had worked in the same building for years, who knew each other's routines and habits and humming and habits of silence, but they had not been in a room like this together before. A room where they were the point. It changed the way they talked to each other. Marcus told them about the ending of his beat, the thing he had found in the fitting room, the 3 in the morning when the night was worth it. And the way he said it, unguarded and direct, made Theo lean forward the way he leaned forward in acting class when a scene was going somewhere real. Rosa told them about her mother, about the Tuesday phone calls and the lemon tree in the courtyard, and the come home that she had been hearing for 11 years. She said, "She told me she would rather have less money and have her daughter not feel this way. And I told her it wasn't that simple, and it isn't that simple. But today, I feel a little like maybe there is a third thing. Not come home and not stay the same. Something else." Nobody filled in what the something else was, but all of them felt the shape of it. Yuki sat with her small card of measurements and her detailed choices and her ivory wool silk selection, and said nothing for most of it. But once, she said to Darnell, quietly, in the way that things said quietly in the right room carry further than shouting, "Your hands make things that last. Don't let anyone make you forget that." Darnell looked at her for a moment. "Same to you," he said. Lorenzo appeared at the doorway of the room and gave a small, unobtrusive signal that the appointments were concluded and they were free to stay or go as they wished, and that he would be arranging the delivery details with Sandra, and they would each receive confirmation of their delivery date by the end of the week. He said this with the matter-of-fact clarity of a man completing a professional arrangement, and then he said one more thing, which he had not planned to say but which arrived and seemed right. "It has been a genuine pleasure, all of you." He meant it. This too was visible. They left together, all 6 of them, through the tall glass door, back onto the October Rodeo Drive sidewalk, where the afternoon sun had moved to the west, and the light was different now. Later, cooler, the gold gone slightly amber, the shadows longer on the pale pavement. They stood for a moment on the sidewalk. Nobody said anything right away. They stood together in the kind of silence that is not empty but full. That is the silence after something has happened and before anyone has decided what to do with the fact that it happened. Then Marcus, who could not sustain silence for longer than about 45 seconds, when something was available to be felt and expressed, said, "So, that was real." "That was real," Theo agreed. Rosa looked at the store they had just left, and then at the street, and then at her small card of measurements in her hand. Her numbers, her choices, her suit that would arrive at her apartment in Koreatown in 3 weeks, hers and nobody else's. And she thought about El Museo, about everything the same, about nothing ever changing. "It's different now," she said, not to anyone in particular. To the afternoon, maybe. To the idea of Tuesday mornings that looked exactly like every other Tuesday morning, until suddenly they didn't. "Yeah," Blessing said. "It is." Yuki put her card carefully in her bag, beside her phone, in the inner pocket where she kept things that mattered. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder. She looked at each of them once. Darnell, Rosa, Theo, Blessing, Marcus. With the assessing clarity of a woman who sees things accurately and then acts on what she sees. She had been in this city for 12 years. She had worked in this industry for 30. She had made beautiful things in rooms where nobody said her name, and she had held on to her dignity with both hands, and her craft as the proof of it. And tonight she would go home, and the photograph of Mr. Hashimoto's shop would be in her locker, and the letter from Kay would be beside it, and she would know, with the certainty of 30 years of calibrated judgment, that both things were equally real. The past, that had made her, and this afternoon that had seen her. She said goodbye to the others with a small nod. Warm, particular, the nod of a person who has decided that these 5 people matter to her more than they did this morning, which was already more than she had let herself admit before today. She walked to where she had arranged her car to meet her. One by one, the others dispersed too. Theo to his car in the parking structure, Marcus to the bus stop because he wanted the ride and the window, Blessing and Darnell walking the same direction for 2 blocks before their routes diverged. Rosa in the direction of her own car with her card of measurements held in both hands in front of her, like something she was not ready to put away yet. The Rodeo Drive sidewalk returned to its ordinary Thursday afternoon self. The slow drift of shoppers, the double-parked vehicles, the unhurried rhythm of an avenue that had always known what it was worth. But something had happened here today that the avenue did not know about and did not need to. 6 people knew. And in 3 weeks, 6 suits would arrive at 6 different addresses in 6 different parts of Los Angeles. Each one made from fabric chosen by its wearer. Each one carrying the specific geometry of one human body. Each one the answer to a question that had been asked in a room on North Camden Drive on a Tuesday morning by a man in a plain white t-shirt, standing alone for 11 minutes, waiting to be seen. The question had not been asked in words, but the answer had been given in the most precise language available. Cloth, thread, 14 stitches per inch. You belong. 3 weeks is a long time when you are waiting for something. It is also, paradoxically, no time at all. A fact that each of the 6 discovered in different ways over the 21 days between the Thursday afternoon on Rodeo Drive and the morning their suits arrived. Time behaved strangely in those 3 weeks. The way time always behaves strangely when something has shifted in your life and you are living in the gap between the before and the after. Not quite one thing anymore, and not yet fully the other. They went back to work the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. Alderman and Cross was the same. The dark wine carpet, the brushed gold sign, the glass cases with the cufflinks, Gerald's office with the light that stayed on too late, and the glass of something amber on the corner of the desk, the floor, the racks, the display jackets, the quiet machinery of a day that looked identical to every day that had come before it. But they were not the same inside it. Something had changed in the way they moved through the store. Not dramatically, not in a way that Gerald noticed or commented on, because Gerald's attention to his staff began and ended at the question of whether they were performing their functions without requiring his direct involvement. But the change was there. Darnell noticed it in himself, and then noticed it in the others, one by one, over the first week. A quality of, he searched for the right word one evening at the kitchen table while Imani drew on a piece of paper beside him. Groundedness. They were more grounded, standing more fully in their own square footage, taking up the space they actually occupied rather than the slightly smaller space that years of being overlooked had taught them to occupy instead. Rosa started taking her lunch break at the small table in the back garden of a cafe on Dayton Way that she had walked past for 3 years without going in, because the menu in the window said the prices were fine and she had not felt fine enough to go. She ate her leftover rice sometimes, and sometimes she ordered something from the menu, and she sat in the October and then November sun, and she called her mother on Tuesdays, and when her mother asked how work was, she did not say igual anymore. She said, "Something is changing, Mama. I'm not sure yet what it becomes, but something is changing." Theo began finishing things. Small things first. The email to a casting agency he had been drafting for 6 months. The headshot update he had been meaning to arrange. Then a larger thing. He called Mr. Brennan after class 1 Tuesday evening and asked if he could talk. And they sat in the empty black box studio with the work lights off and just the exit sign casting its red glow over everything. And Theo told him what had happened. Not the name. Even now, even with someone he trusted, the name felt like it belonged to the story more than to him. But the shape of it, the envelope, the letter, the room on Rodeo Drive, the fitting. Mr. Brennan listened all the way through without interrupting, which was his way. When Theo finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Someone saw you, really saw you. How does that feel?" Theo thought about it honestly, the way he had learned to think about things in this room. "Like I've been speaking a language for years that nobody else in the room spoke," he said. And then suddenly someone answered back, in the same language. And I realized the language was real, not just something I invented to make myself feel better about still showing up. Mr. Brennan nodded slowly. "Good," he said. "Hold on to that. That's yours now. Nobody can take that back." Marcus finished the beat on a Saturday night in early November, sitting at the small desk in his apartment in mid-city, with his laptop and his headphones and a glass of water going warm beside him. He found the ending the way Soren had given it to him. 3 in the morning when you've decided the night was worth it. And it was not complicated when it arrived. It was just a chord that resolved. A melody that came to its natural landing. The thing that had been missing was not a technical element or a production decision. It was a feeling. The feeling of something being worth it. Of effort arriving somewhere. Of showing up to the same thing for long enough that the thing finally opened. He sat and listened to the finished beat 4 times in a row. Then he saved it under a new name. He called it Camden. Blessing called her mother. She called on a Wednesday evening, not a Sunday, which was already different. Mrs. Ngozi Adeyemi answered on the second ring and said, "Blessing?" with the slight alarm of a mother who knows that a call on an unexpected day means something has happened. "Something happened, Mum," Blessing said, "but it's a good thing. I want to tell you about it." She told her. The whole thing, including the part where she had started walking and stopped, including the part she was ashamed of. Her mother listened and did not interrupt and did not rush to absolve her, because Ngozi Adeyemi was a woman who understood that her daughter needed to be heard clearly before she needed to be comforted. When Blessing finished, her mother said, "You started walking, Blessing. Remember that." "You started, but I stopped." "You started," her mother said again, firmly, The way she said things that were meant to stay. What you do next is the question. What you stopped for, that was circumstances. What you do next, that is you. Blessing sat with this for the rest of the week. On November 9th, 2023, a Thursday, the suits arrived. Not all at the same moment. They came throughout the morning and early afternoon, delivered to 6 different addresses in 6 different parts of Los Angeles by a courier service that Sandra had arranged, each package handled with the care that the contents required. Each box was white, substantial, tied with a dark ribbon that was not decorative exactly, but simply the right way to close something that had been made with this much care. Inside the box, the suit was wrapped in layers of white tissue paper, each layer smoothed flat, and at the center of the tissue there was a small cedar block, fragrant, pale, shaped like a flat disc, placed to keep the wool fresh and to tell the person opening the box, "This is something you are meant to keep." And beneath the tissue paper, before the suit itself was fully visible, there was a letter. The letters were handwritten, same pen as the envelopes, same unhurried blue ink on the same good paper with the slight texture. Each one was different in its middle, particular to the person, particular to what Sandra had found in her research, and what Keanu had read in that document, and sat with, and translated into words aimed at one specific human being. But they all began the same way, and they all ended the same way. They began, "I was in a store once and I was told I didn't belong. You were in that store too. I know you saw it happen. I know you wanted to help, and I know why you couldn't. I don't hold that against you, not even a little bit. I understand." And they ended, "You are extraordinary at what you do. I know this because someone I trust told me about the work that comes out of that place. And the truth is, the work comes from you, not from the man who put his name on the door. Wear this suit somewhere that matters to you. Wear it to a job interview for a better job, or to your kid's graduation, or to a first date, or just to a Tuesday when you need to feel like yourself. You deserve beautiful things. This is one of them. K. Just the letter, the beginning of a name that was and was not a name. The first sound of something that meant, I was there too. I saw you. I know what you are worth. And I wanted you to know it too. Darnell received his box at 7:40 in the morning. He was home. He had taken the day off, which he almost never did, but something had told him to be home for this, to receive it in his own space, rather than having it sit in the building lobby all day while he was at work. Adaeze had taken Imani to nursery and had not come back yet. The apartment was quiet, with the particular quality of a weekday morning quiet. Different from weekend quiet. More deliberate. The quiet of a space that has been temporarily returned to the person who lives in it. He carried the box to the kitchen table and set it down. He looked at it for a moment. Then he untied the ribbon carefully. He did not cut it, he untied it, because it was worth untying, and opened the box and moved the layers of tissue paper aside. The navy wool with the subtle window pane check lay folded in the tissue with the precision of something that had been loved into its packaging. He lifted the jacket first. He held it by the shoulders and let it hang, the way you hold a garment when you are assessing its drape, its fall, the way it understands gravity. And he looked at it. It was perfect. He knew what perfect looked like. He made things that were perfect every working day of his life. He could see in 10 seconds the quality of the shoulder construction, the roll of the lapel, the way the chest was cut to allow for movement without losing shape. He could see James Okoro's hands in it, the Brioni Atelier's hands, and he could recognize in those hands a kinship with his own, the kinship of people who do not cut corners, because cutting corners is a form of dishonesty toward the cloth and the person who will wear it. He put the jacket on. He stood in his kitchen in his pajama pants and a gray t-shirt and the navy window pane jacket, and looked at himself in the darkened screen of the television, which was the nearest reflective surface, and the reflection was imprecise and dark but clear enough to see what a man looks like when he is wearing something made entirely for him by someone who understood that he deserved it. He found the letter under the tissue. He read it where he stood, in the kitchen, in the jacket. When he got to the middle, the part that was particular to him, the part that Sandra had written into the document, and Keanu had read and translated into the specific language of one man's specific story, he had to stop and put the letter down on the table and stand there for a moment. The middle of Darnell's letter said, "I heard about the application you submitted 14 months ago, the one that went into a room and never came back out. I want you to know that room was wrong. Wrong to take your work and say nothing. Wrong to give what you deserve to someone less qualified. Wrong to treat your effort as something that didn't require an answer. You deserved an answer. Here is one. Late and insufficient but true. You are one of the finest tailors working in this city. The right room is still out there. I'd like to help it find you." Darnell stood in his kitchen in the navy jacket and read this paragraph 4 times. Then he sat down at the kitchen table, the same table where Adayeze had put her hand on his, where he had stared at the salt shaker and not tasted his jollof rice, where he and his daughter drew pictures together on Saturday mornings. And he put his hands flat on the table, and he let his eyes do what they had been trying to do since the morning he found the envelope on the carpet. He sat like that for a while. When Adayeze came home 40 minutes later, she found him still at the table in the navy jacket, the letter in his hands, his face clear and quiet. She stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at him. She took in the jacket, the way it sat on his shoulders, the way it transformed the kitchen table into something that looked like it deserved to be in a photograph. She said nothing. She came to the table and sat across from him. He pushed the letter across the table toward her. She read it. When she looked up, her eyes were doing what his had done. She did not try to stop them. "Keanu Reeves," she said. Not a question. A statement of certainty arrived at by a woman who had been married for 6 years to a man whose name should have been called a long time ago. Darnell looked at his hands on the table. The big hands. The hands that could stitch a buttonhole so clean it looked like it grew there. "Yeah," he said. "I think so." Rosa received her box at 10:15 in the morning. She had not taken the day off. She was at work when the courier called to say the package had been left with her building manager, and she had asked Gerald, carefully, without explaining why, in the tone of voice that does not invite questions, if she could take her lunch break early. Gerald said yes without looking up from his computer. She drove home to Koreatown in 20 minutes. She collected the box from Mrs. Park, her building manager, who was a small and very sharp 70-year-old woman who had managed the building for 22 years, and who looked at the white box with the dark ribbon and said, "Somebody sent you something good." "Yes," Rosa said, "somebody did." She carried it upstairs to her apartment. She set it on the kitchen table next to the phone where she called her mother every Tuesday. She untied the ribbon. The charcoal gray was folded in the tissue, with the same care as Darnell's navy, and when Rosa lifted the jacket, she made a sound, small and involuntary, because the weight of it in her hands was exactly right. She had been handling garments for 20 years, and she knew immediately, in the first second of holding it, that this was among the finest things she had ever touched. The charcoal was deep and even, and the cream silk lining was visible at the cuff, and it was the exact cream she had chosen, the heaviest of the 3 options, with the most body, and the jacket lining moved when she tilted it as though it were liquid and not cloth. She turned the lapel back to look at the buttonhole on the inside pocket. She looked at it for a long time. She had been stitching buttonholes for 20 years. She knew what a good one looked like. She knew what a perfect one looked like. This was a perfect one. The bar tack exactly centered. The stitching so consistent, it seemed mechanical, until you looked closely enough to see that it was not, that there were the microscopic variations of a hand at work, a hand that had been doing this long enough that the variations were not imperfections, but the signature of a person present in their craft. She looked at the pearl buttons, the smallest size, the finest finish, exactly what she had chosen. She found the letter. The middle of Rosa's letter said, "I heard about the interview, the boutique in West Hollywood, the person who told you that you were impressive and that you were a perfect fit, and then sent you a form letter 3 weeks later. 20 years of experience passed over for 4. I want you to say that out loud to yourself when you have a quiet moment, because I think you have been polite about it for long enough, and politeness sometimes keeps us from being angry about the things that deserve our anger. You deserved that job. You deserved more than a form letter. You have deserved more than what you have been given for a long time. I cannot fix the past, but I'd like to help the future find you faster." Rosa put the letter down. She went to the window of her apartment and looked out at the Koreatown street below, the shops and the foot traffic, and the sky above it all. October going toward November, the light thinner now than it had been. She thought about the form letter, about the 3 weeks of waiting and the 2 phone calls and the carefully professional voice on the other end saying the position has been filled. She thought about how she had accepted it, how she had said "thank you for letting me know" in the same careful professional voice, and put the phone down and gone back to work, as though the work were the same work it had been before she made the call. She thought about what the letter said. Politeness sometimes keeps us from being angry about the things that deserve our anger. She stood at the window and let herself be angry for 2 minutes. Clean, clear, overdue anger. Not at anyone in particular, not in a way that needed an object. Just the feeling of a wrong acknowledged after enough time had passed that acknowledging it was almost better than not acknowledging it, because at least it was honest. Then the 2 minutes ended, and the anger settled into something quieter and more useful. The thing that comes after anger when you are 44 years old and practical and have places to be. She went back to the table. She put on the charcoal jacket. She buttoned the pearl buttons. She took a photograph of herself in the mirror on the hallway wall, the full-length mirror she had bought at a second-hand shop 5 years ago, and had propped against the wall intending to hang it, and never gotten around to it, which was fine, because at this angle it caught the light well. She looked at the photograph. She sent it to her mother with no words. Her mother's reply came in 40 seconds. It was a single emoji, the one with the face that has tears of joy streaming down it. And then below it, one word: Rosita. Rosa put her phone in her pocket. She put the letter carefully in her bag in the inside pocket, where the important things lived. She drove back to work. She stopped at the cafe on Dayton Way and sat for 20 minutes in the November sun with her charcoal suit jacket on and a coffee she didn't need but wanted. And she looked at the street and thought about what comes after anger when you are practical and have somewhere to go. She thought something better. Marcus found his box when he got home from work at 6:30 in the evening. It was sitting outside his apartment door, against the wall in the hallway, with a delivery note stuck to the top. He picked it up and carried it inside and set it on the desk where he had finished his beat on Saturday night, because it seemed right to receive it there, at the place where the unfinished thing had finally found its ending. He opened it without ceremony, with the direct, uncomplicated energy of a man who does not perform receiving things. He moved the tissue aside, lifted the midnight blue jacket, and put it on immediately, over the t-shirt he was wearing, and went and looked at himself in the bathroom mirror because it was the only full mirror in his apartment. The midnight blue was extraordinary. Soren's description came back to him. 3 in the morning when you've decided the night was worth it. And standing in his bathroom in his apartment in mid-city in this jacket, Marcus felt exactly that. The feeling of something being worth it. Of all the showing up, all the going back, all the unfinished beats and the missed music production opportunities, and the 5 years of managing a store that was not his, and the humming that everyone could hear and nobody mentioned. All of it, sitting somewhere just slightly behind his reflection. Everything he had carried, and the jacket somehow holding it without being diminished by it. He found the letter. The middle of Marcus's letter said, "I heard about the submission portals, the 2 labels in 2021, the automated acknowledgements, and then nothing." I want you to know that silence is not a verdict. Silence is just silence. It says nothing about the quality of what you submitted, and everything about the capacity of the people who received it to recognize it. I have been told by someone who knows music and who knows what it takes to find something real in a city full of noise, that what you create is worth hearing. I would like to help it be heard. If you're open to it, there are people I can introduce you to. People who listen differently. Marcus read this paragraph standing in the bathroom doorway, the letter in one hand and the midnight blue jacket on his back. He looked at his reflection for a long time. Then he went to his desk. He opened his laptop. He found the file called Camden. He listened to it one more time, all the way through, the 47 seconds that had been unfinished for 3 years plus the ending that had arrived on a Thursday afternoon in a Brioni fitting room. And he sat with it when it finished, in the particular silence after music ends that is different from all other silences. He thought, yes, I'm open to it. He folded the letter carefully and put it in the drawer of his desk, the drawer where he kept things he needed to keep close. Theo's box arrived while he was at an audition. He had scheduled the audition 6 days earlier, a call that had come in from the casting agency he had finally emailed. A small role in a television pilot, but a real one, a paid one, the kind that led to other kinds. He had almost rescheduled when he realized it coincided with the delivery window. He had not rescheduled, because the audition was the point. The suit was coming for the audition. The audition should not wait for the suit. He collected the box from his building manager when he got home at 2 in the afternoon. He was still in the clothes he had worn to the audition. Dark trousers, a clean shirt, his best shoes, which were good but not extraordinary. He had looked fine. He had walked into the room and looked fine and given a good read, and walked out knowing it had gone well. He opened the box at his kitchen counter. He took out the black suit jacket and held it up. Black. His black. The particular black of something made with total commitment to the rightness of the thing, not generic black. Not the black of something mass-produced in a color that would do, but the black of something that had been made from a specific bolt of fabric, chosen by one specific person, for reasons they knew and nobody needed to explain. He put it on. He stood in his kitchen in the black jacket over his audition clothes and felt the quality of it settle on his shoulders. And settle was the exact right word, because it did not sit or hang or drape. It settled, the way things settle when they have found the exact place they were made for. And he thought about the mirror in the Brioni fitting room where Marco had told him to stop performing standing, and he had exhaled and let his weight drop half an inch, and Marco had said there, "That is you, we make the suit for that." He found the letter. The middle of Theo's letter said, "I heard about the trial shift, the senior associate role. The colleague who told you she'd be recommending you strongly, and the budget decision that wasn't really a budget decision. I want to be honest with you. I know how many times the entertainment industry asks you to keep going after a door closes. I know because I have been asked to keep going more times than I can count. And I know that sometimes the going is everything, and the arriving takes longer than it should. But I also know that presence is real, the kind that holds a room without demanding anything from it. I was told you have it. I believe it. The right room is coming. I'd like to make sure some of the right people know your name before it arrives." Theo set the letter on the counter. He stood in the black jacket and looked out his kitchen window at the afternoon street below, and thought about 6 years of Tuesday evenings in Silver Lake, and the 45 seconds of silence on the black stage under the flat light, and Mr. Brennan saying, "Hold on to that. That's yours now. Nobody can take that back." He thought about what it meant to be seen by someone who had been in the room only briefly, and under circumstances that had been designed to make him invisible. He picked up his phone and called Mr. Brennan. When Brennan answered, Theo said, "I got something today. Something I want to tell you about." "I'm listening," Brennan said. Theo looked out the window in his black jacket and told him. Blessing received her box at noon. She had told Gerald she was going to the post office. The kind of small, specific lie that is easy in a workplace because nobody checks the post office. And she had gone home to her apartment in Culver City, a single-bedroom apartment with good light from the west window that she had painted a pale sage green when she moved in because she wanted one room in her life that was exactly the color she chose. The box was on the kitchen counter where her building manager, who had a key for deliveries, had left it. She stood at the counter and looked at the box for a moment. She thought about her aunt in Lagos, the emerald dress, the way a woman could walk into a church and the room could reorganize itself around her, without her doing anything except being fully present in the color she had chosen. She opened the box. The emerald green was folded in the tissue, and when Blessing moved the first layer aside and saw the color, the exact deep forested green she had chosen, the green of the deepest part of something alive, she put both hands over her mouth. She stood like that for a moment. Then she lifted the jacket out, slowly, with both hands, the way you lift something you have been waiting a long time to hold. She put it on. She went to the mirror in the hallway, and she looked at herself in the emerald jacket in the good west light of her apartment. In the room she had painted sage green, and she thought, yes, this is right. This is exactly right. This is what I look like when I am entirely myself. She found the letter. The middle of Blessing's letter said, I want to tell you something about the night you didn't apply. The evenings last spring, when you opened the laptop and looked at the listings and closed it again. I want you to know that I understand why. The cushion wasn't there. The certainty wasn't there. These are real things, and they deserve real acknowledgement. But I also want to tell you that the reason you closed the laptop was not that you weren't good enough. It was that you were protecting yourself in the only way available to you at the time. And that is something different. You have been noticing the right things your whole professional life. I have been told that your attention is among the finest in that building. The question is not whether you deserve better. The question is, what happens next? I would like to help you figure out what happens next, if you're willing. Blessing read the letter twice. She stood in the emerald jacket in the hallway mirror, and she thought about her mother's voice on the phone on that Wednesday evening. You started walking, Blessing. What you do next is the question. She looked at herself for a long moment. She took out her phone. She opened the laptop job listings she had closed last spring. This time, she did not close them. Yuki's box arrived at 4 in the afternoon. She had been at work all day and had come home to find it on the doorstep of the small house she rented in Silver Lake. Not an apartment, a house. Small, but with a garden that she kept with the same precision she kept everything, each plant in its considered place. She carried the box inside and set it on the low table in the living room and looked at it for a few minutes before opening it. She made tea first, properly, loose leaf, a specific Japanese green that she ordered online from a shop in Kyoto that her daughter had found for her, brewed for exactly 2.5 minutes in water that had come off the boil. She poured it into the cup she used every afternoon. She sat down at the low table with the tea and the box, and she drank the first half of the tea before she untied the ribbon. Then she opened the box. The ivory wool silk blend was folded in the tissue with a care that she recognized immediately as the care of someone who understood what they were packaging. Not the care of a shipping department following a protocol. The care of a person who understood that the thing inside the tissue mattered and had handled it accordingly. She moved the layers aside slowly, deliberately, and the ivory emerged from the white tissue with the particular quality she had felt when she first touched the bolt at Brioni. The weight, the drape, the way the light went into it. She lifted the jacket. She held it by the shoulders and let it hang, the way she had seen Darnell hold his jacket in her mind, the way any good tailor holds a garment when they are assessing it honestly. She looked at the shoulders, the lapel, the chest, the sleeve head. She looked at these things for a long time, with 30 years of trained assessment, and what she found in them was what she had found in the Brioni showroom In the 3 seconds she had assessed the displayed suits. Extraordinary. The construction was extraordinary. Not merely excellent, not merely correct. Extraordinary in the way that only happens when a person brings not just skill, but genuine investment to the making of a thing. She turned the jacket and looked at the lapel. Her lapel, she counted the stitches. 14 per inch. Exactly. She stood still for a moment. Then she put the jacket on. She walked to the bathroom mirror, like Marcus, the fullest mirror in the house. And she stood in the ivory jacket in the late afternoon light and looked at herself. She looked for a long time, the way she looked at everything, thoroughly, without flinching from what was accurate. She looked like a woman who had made beautiful things for 30 years. She looked like a woman who deserved to wear something beautiful. She went back to the low table and found the letter. The middle of Yuki's letter said, "I heard about the letter you sent in 2022. The handwritten letter on good paper with photographs of your work, sent to a costume department head at a major studio. I want you to know that letter was not lost. It arrived. I confirmed this. It simply was not answered, which is among the most discourteous things a professional can do to another professional. And I am sorry it happened to you. Your work deserved an answer. Your work deserves more than an answer. It deserves to be in the rooms where it can be most fully seen. I am not sure I can promise those rooms, but I can tell you that I have spoken to someone who hires for exactly the kind of work you do, and your name has been mentioned. Not as a favor, as a genuine recommendation. Because someone who understands what you make understood what they were looking at when they saw it." Yuki read this paragraph once. She folded the letter exactly along its original creases. She went to her bedroom and opened the drawer of her bedside table. She took out the photograph of Mr. Hashimoto's Tokyo shop that she had brought home from her locker on the afternoon she had decided to keep it somewhere more personal than a workplace. She placed the letter beside the photograph on the table and looked at both of them. The blurred hands at the edge of the photograph. The careful blue ink of the letter. The cloth does not care who wears it. Only the tailor's hands make it mean something. She had believed this, and it had sustained her. And then for one night she had wondered if it was still enough, and now she was holding the evidence that it was. Not because someone had told her to believe it, but because someone had looked at what her hands had made and had gone to the trouble of finding her name and writing it on an envelope in careful blue ink and sending it through the world until it arrived at her door. The hands were the thing. They had always been the thing. She sat at the low table in the ivory jacket. She finished her tea, which had gone slightly cool. She thought about what Mr. Hashimoto would say if he could see this moment. She thought he would probably say nothing. He had not been a man of many words. He would have looked at the jacket on her shoulders with his precise professional assessment, and he would have nodded once, in the way he nodded when something was exactly what it should be. She allowed herself the nod on his behalf, just once. Small, certain, exactly what it should be. That evening, each of the 6 sat somewhere in their different parts of Los Angeles. Darnell at the kitchen table with Adaeze and Imani's drawings spread between them. Rosa at the window in Koreatown with the city lights doing their evening arrangement. Marcus at his desk with Camden playing One More Time through his headphones. Theo on his couch with his phone in his hand, and Brennan's voice still warm in his ear from the call. Blessing at her kitchen table, with the laptop open and 3 job listings bookmarked for the first time in 7 months. Yuki, at the low table in the Silver Lake house with cool tea and a photograph and a letter. And none of them knew that the others were also sitting somewhere, also holding the same weight of the same evening, also in the particular quiet that comes after receiving something you did not know you had been waiting for. They did not need to know. The knowing happened anyway. 6 people in 6 parts of a city, each one holding a letter signed with one letter, each one wearing or holding or simply near the most precisely made thing anyone had ever made for them specifically, each one sitting in the long particular silence of someone who has been seen clearly by someone who had every reason not to look. K. Just that. The beginning of a name. Or maybe not the beginning of a name at all. Maybe the beginning of something else entirely. The story came out because Theo told his acting class. He had not planned to. He had gone to class on the Tuesday after the suits arrived. The first Tuesday of the new pattern. The Tuesday that came after the box and the letter, and the phone call with Mr. Brennan, and the job listing bookmarked on Blessing's laptop, and all the other small seismic shifts that had happened in the lives of 6 people over 3 weeks. And he had sat in his usual chair in the Black Box studio in Silver Lake, with his usual coffee going cold in his hand, and he had intended to be a student that evening. Just a student. Just present for whatever the class was doing. Mr. Brennan had asked for a scene about receiving something unexpected. The instruction was simple. The way all of Brennan's instructions were simple on the surface and vast underneath. Find a moment when something arrived that you were not prepared for. Not a surprise party, not a punchline, but a real thing. A thing that landed and changed the shape of what came after. Stand in that moment and let us see it on your face. No words required, no narration, just the thing itself, visible. Theo had stood up. He had walked to the center of the small black stage. He had stood under the flat work light, and he had thought about opening a white box on a kitchen counter and finding a black jacket inside it, and putting it on over his audition clothes, and standing in the kitchen feeling something settle on his shoulders that was not just fabric. He stood there for 30 seconds. The room was absolutely still. Then he sat back down. But this time, unlike the Tuesday 3 weeks earlier, when he had performed his moral failure in 45 seconds of silence and then sat down without words, this time, Mr. Brennan asked, "What was that?" And Theo told them. He told it the way he told everything, when he was being fully honest, rather than performing honesty. Plainly, directly, without managing their reaction. He told them about the Tuesday morning, and the man in the white t-shirt, and the 11 minutes, and the 5 words. He told them about the envelope on the floor of the store, and the card with the address. He told them about Rodeo Drive, and Lorenzo Vinci, saying a friend and standing in the fitting room in front of the tall wood-framed mirror, while Marco told him to stop performing standing. He told them about the black jacket in the white tissue paper, and the letter, and the paragraph in the middle, that was particular to him, and the single letter at the bottom. He did not say the name. He had decided not to. It was not his name to say. The gift had been given anonymously and deliberately, and that deliberateness meant something. It was part of the gift, the anonymity, the insistence that the gesture be about the people who received it, rather than the person who gave it. Theo understood this the way he understood good dramatic writing. The restraint was the point. The refusal to take the credit was itself the most generous thing. So he told the shape of the story without the name. But there were 12 people in the class, and 12 people is enough. One of those 12 people was a woman named Carla Nwosu. She was 37 years old, a working journalist who took Brennan's class on Tuesday evenings because she believed, and had believed since she was 22, and starting out in newsrooms where everyone talked about objectivity but nobody talked about empathy, that writing anything true required the ability to feel things accurately first, and that acting class was the most efficient training in accurate feeling that she had ever found. She was also a contributing writer for People magazine. She did not record Theo's account. She did not take notes during class. That was a rule of Brennan's that she respected completely and had never violated. She did not photograph anything. She sat and listened and felt the story the way she was there to feel things, with her whole attention and without an agenda. But she was also a journalist. And a journalist in possession of a story is a journalist who is going to sit with that story for a long time before deciding what to do with it. And the sitting and the deciding has its own integrity even when what it eventually produces is a published piece. She sat with it for 2 weeks. She reached out to Theo directly, not through the class, not through Brennan, but in a message on Instagram where he had a small public profile for his acting work. and she told him who she was and what she was thinking, and she asked him, with complete transparency, whether he would be willing to talk. Theo sat with her message for 4 days. Then he called Brennan. Brennan said, "What do you want to happen?" Theo thought about it honestly. "I want the people who work in that store to be known," he said. "Their names, what they can do. I want someone to say out loud that the work comes from them. That's what I want. Then talk to her." Brennan said, "But do it on your terms, and protect the others." Theo called Carla. He told her everything, on the record, with 2 conditions. First, the name of the gift giver could be speculated upon but not confirmed by him, because it was not his to confirm. Second, the story was about the 6 workers, not about the celebrity. If the framing was reversed, if it became a story about a famous man's generosity, rather than about 6 people who deserve to be known, he would withdraw. Carla said, "That is exactly the story I want to write." She meant it. This was visible, Theo said later, in the way she listened. Not gathering material, but actually present, actually moved. The way the people in Brennan's class were moved when someone stood in a true moment and let it be seen. She contacted the others. Not all of them agreed to speak on the record. Rosa declined, politely, in a phone call that lasted 4 minutes, and ended with her saying she appreciated the call and wished Carla well, but her story was her own, and she was not ready to give it to a magazine. Marcus said yes immediately, and then called Theo to ask if yes was the right answer, and Theo said it was his call, and Marcus said then yes, definitely yes. Blessing said she needed to think about it, and came back 3 days later with yes and a condition of her own, that her mother's name not be used, because her mother was a private person, and this was not her story to be in. Darnell said yes after speaking with Adeze, who said that the people who did the work in that store had been invisible long enough, and it was time. Yuki said nothing for a week. Then she sent Carla a single email with 3 sentences. "I will not be interviewed. You may use my name. The work speaks for itself." Carla, who understood what this meant, and what it cost, and what it gave, wrote those 3 sentences in her notebook and underlined them and did not ask for more. The piece ran in People magazine in December 2023. It was not the cover. It ran inside, in the section that the magazine used for stories that were human and specific and did not fit the categories of celebrity gossip or entertainment news, but that were, in the estimation of the editors who chose them, the kind of thing people needed to read. It ran with a headline that Carla had fought for and won: 6 people who made the work, inside the quiet act of generosity that changed a Beverly Hills suit store forever. The piece named all 6 workers. It described their skills, their histories, their years of largely uncredited work. It named Alderman and Cross. It did not name Gerald Fitch. Carla had made a deliberate editorial decision that Gerald was not the story, and that naming him would make him the story. And she was right, and the editors agreed. And it contained a single line, near the end, that began, "The identity of the person who arranged the bespoke fittings at Brioni and wrote the handwritten letters has not been confirmed by any of the recipients, who have honored a request for anonymity. However, sources familiar with the story suggest, by the time the piece ran, it had already been in the world for a week, in whisper form. The internet had been doing what the internet does with stories that contain the specific combination of kindness, craft, celebrity adjacency, and human dignity that this story contained, passing it from person to person, growing slightly in each telling, accumulating the emotional weight of many people recognizing in it something they needed to see. 3 entertainment websites had already named Keanu Reeves directly, citing anonymous sources. On a red carpet in Los Angeles, in the second week of December, the premiere of a film he had a small role in, a project he had taken because he believed in the director. Keanu was asked about it by a reporter who had her phone out and her question ready. He stopped. He looked at the reporter. He smiled. Not the smile of a man performing graciousness, but the genuine smile of someone who finds the situation both slightly amusing and slightly uncomfortable, which is a very specific and recognizable smile. He said, "Someone did something a little unkind to me, and I wanted to do something kind for some people who deserved it. That's all. Those people are talented and they work hard and they're good. I just wanted them to feel that." The reporter followed up. "Can you confirm? They know who they are," he said. "That's the part that matters." He walked on down the carpet. The clip was 17 seconds long. It was viewed 11 million times in 48 hours. Gerald Fitch resigned from Alderman and Cross in January 2024. He did not resign dramatically. There was no confrontation, no scene, no moment of reckoning in the dark wine-carpeted store with the brushed gold sign and the glass cufflink cases. It happened the way most things Gerald did happened. Quietly, from an office, with a document. He issued a statement through a publicist, which was itself something of a statement, since the manager of a small tailoring store in Beverly Hills, acquiring a publicist for the purposes of issuing a statement, was an escalation that suggested Gerald had finally understood the size of what had happened on the floor of his store on a Tuesday in October. The statement read, in part, that he regretted any incident in which a customer had not received the service they deserved at Alderman and Cross, and that he wished the store and its staff well in the future. It was, as widely noted, inadequate. The Alderman family, the children and grandchildren of Harold Alderman, the man who had built the store in 1987 with a single sewing machine and a belief that Beverly Hills had room for one more serious place, had been watching the story develop since the People piece ran. Harold's daughter, Margaret Alderman Cross, who had been largely removed from the operational side of the business since her father's retirement, but who had never stopped caring about what the store was, called the family together in early January. The conversation, by all accounts, was short. The Alderman family retained ownership of the property and the brand name. They began the process of finding new management. They already knew who they wanted. Darnell Okafor received a call on a Thursday morning in January 2024. He was at his station in the back of the store. He was finishing the lining on a jacket due for pickup Friday. His stitches were, as always, perfect. His phone vibrated. An unknown number. He almost let it go to voicemail. He was in the middle of a seam, and he had a rule about phones during seams. And then something made him pick up. It was Margaret Alderman Cross. She introduced herself. She told him about the family conversation. She told him they were looking for a general manager for Alderman and Cross, someone who understood the store's original purpose, which was craft first and everything else second, and who would run it accordingly. She said, "We believe you are that person, if you're interested." Darnell set down his needle. He looked at the jacket on the table in front of him. The clean lining. The precise seam. 23 years of craft in a jacket that would be picked up tomorrow by a client who would probably never know his name. "I have a condition," he said. Margaret said, "Tell me." Rosa Santana, Theo Pappas, Blessing Adeyemi, Marcus Whitfield, and Yuki Tanaka all receive raises retroactive to the start of last year. All of them, before I sign anything. A pause. "That's not a condition," Margaret said. "That's a given. It should have happened years ago." Darnell was quiet for a moment. "Okay," he said. And then, because the word had been used in this story before, in a different context, and by a different man, and with a completely different weight, he heard himself say it, and felt the difference, and thought, yes. This time the okay means something else. This okay is the beginning of something, not the acceptance of something wrong. "I'm interested," he said. The raises went through in the last week of January. They were retroactive to January 2023, as Darnell had specified, which meant each person received a lump sum adjustment along with their new rate going forward. The amounts were not enormous. This was still a small store on North Camden Drive, not a corporation. But they were real, and they were overdue, and they arrived in bank accounts and were greeted in the ways that overdue things that are finally right are greeted. Rosa transferred more to Guadalajara that month. Her mother called on a Sunday, not a Tuesday, a Sunday, the call that was usually Rosa's to make, and said, "I received something extra." "I know," Rosa said. "I told you," her mother said. "I told you something was changing." Rosa smiled at the wall of her apartment. "You did, Mama. And the lemon tree," her mother added, in the practical tone that was her way of loving, "is going to need more than one old woman again. So come when you can." "I'll come in spring," Rosa said. "I promise." She went in spring. She stayed for 2 weeks. She sat in the courtyard in the Guadalajara sun with her mother, and they tended the lemon tree together, and Rosa wore the charcoal suit with the pearl buttons. On the Sunday her mother's friends came to visit, because her mother asked her to, and Doña Carmen watched her daughter walk into the courtyard in that suit, and said nothing, because some things do not need words when the evidence is standing right there in the afternoon light, being exactly what it always should have been. Marcus released Camden publicly in February 2024. He uploaded it to SoundCloud under the name Mark W. on a Friday evening, the way he did everything that mattered, without announcing it in advance, without building anticipation, just doing the thing and letting the thing exist in the world. By the following Monday, it had 44,000 plays. By the end of the month, it had crossed 100,000. He received 3 messages in his SoundCloud inbox that month from people who identified themselves as working in music production and wanted to talk. 2 of them were the kind of message that arrived in every producer's inbox and meant nothing. One of them was different, specific, detailed, referencing particular elements of the production in a way that could only come from someone who had actually listened, someone who understood what they were hearing. He replied to that one. The conversation that followed lasted 3 weeks in total, across several phone calls and one in-person meeting at a studio in Culver City. At the end of it, Marcus was offered a part-time production consulting role. 2 days a week, working with a label that focused on independent artists, that paid enough to be real, and left him enough time to continue his work at Alderman and Cross, at least for now, at least while he figured out what the shape of the next thing looked like. He still works at the store. He still hums while he irons. But the melody goes further now, always to the ending, always to the place where something is worth it. Blessing applied for 4 positions in the week after the suits arrived. She applied with the same quiet thoroughness she brought to everything, researching each role, calibrating her application to the specific thing being asked for, presenting herself accurately rather than aspirationally. She was not interested in seeming like more than she was. She was interested in making absolutely clear that what she was enough. She heard back from 2 of the 4 within a week. She was offered a position, senior client associate at a boutique in West Hollywood that catered specifically to the entertainment industry. In the 3rd week of November, before the People piece had run, before any of the wider story had become public. The offer came because the letter had opened a door and her application had walked through it on its own merits, which was exactly as it should be. She thought about it for 4 days. She called her mother. She called Darnell. She sat in her sage-green apartment in the good West Light and thought about the store and the people in it, and what staying meant, and what leaving meant. She took the job. She gave her notice at Alderman and Cross in December. On her last day, Darnell brought in jollof rice, a Daisy's recipe, made the night before, and brought in a covered container that he had kept warm in the break room. Rosa brought pan dulce from a bakery she knew in Koreatown. Marcus made coffee. Theo straightened the pocket squares with exaggerated ceremony and then abandoned the pretense and just stood in the middle of the floor looking genuinely moved, which was more honest and everyone appreciated it. Yuki brought nothing, but when Blessing went to collect her things from her locker and came back to the front of the store in her coat and her bag, Yuki was standing near the door. She held out a small package, plain brown paper, tied with a length of the cream silk ribbon that Rosa recognized from the remnants box of the alterations room. Blessing opened it. Inside was a handkerchief, white, stitched at the corner with a small letter B in green thread. Emerald green, exactly the green of the suit jacket. The stitching so fine and precise that the letter looked less embroidered than simply present, as though the cloth had always contained it. Blessing looked at the handkerchief and then at Yuki. Yuki said, "For when something matters enough to need one." Blessing folded the handkerchief carefully and put it in the inside pocket of her coat, the pocket where she kept the important things. "Thank you, Yuki," she said. Yuki nodded once. Small, certain. The chime above the door rang as Blessing walked out into the December afternoon. Everyone heard it. Theo booked the television pilot. The call came in March 2024. It was a supporting role, not the lead, not even the second lead, but a real role, with real scenes and real dialogue that moved the story. A role that required the presence Mr. Brennan had said he had, and that Marco had said to stop performing and just be. He wore the black suit to the callback. He wore it the way Marco had told him. Weight settled, shoulders at rest, performing nothing. Just himself in a suit made for the specific geometry of his body by someone who had taken 35 years to understand how a garment and a person reach an agreement. He got the callback. He got the part. He called Brennan from the parking lot after, the same parking lot in Silver Lake where he had sat after acting class months ago looking at the sky. "I booked it," he said. Brennan was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good. Now do the next one." "Yeah," Theo said. He looked at the sky. It was a March sky, the particular pale blue of a Los Angeles spring that has not yet committed to itself. "Yeah, I will." He sat in the car for a while before driving home. Not brooding, just sitting with it. The way Keanu had sat on the sidewalk outside the Wilshire Grind with a $4 coffee, and the decision that was already made and simply needed time to become itself. Then he started the engine. Yuki Tanaka received a phone call in February 2024. She was at her station at Alderman and Cross, now under Darnell's management. The floor reorganized in small but significant ways. The staff meetings now weekly and conducted in the break room with actual chairs for everyone. The client greeting duties now rotated so that every member of staff had the opportunity to be the first face a customer saw. When her phone buzzed with a number she did not recognize, she let it go to voicemail, because she was in the middle of a lapel. She listened to the voicemail on her lunch break, sitting in the small back garden with the container of food she always brought from home. The voicemail was from a woman named Dr. Serena Mbeki, head of the costume department at Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank. She said she had received Yuki's name from a colleague. She did not say which colleague, but the phrasing suggested someone who had recommended her as a genuine recommendation rather than a casual mention, and that she was interested in discussing a potential freelance collaboration on an upcoming production. She left a number. She said she hoped to hear from Yuki at her convenience. Yuki listened to the voicemail twice. She thought about the letter. The paragraph about the letter she had sent on good paper with photographs of her work to a studio costume department. The letter that had arrived and not been answered. The one that Sandra had confirmed had been received. This was a different studio, a different department head, a different production. The door that had been closed in 2022 was not the door opening now. This was another door entirely. One that had been nudged open by a name said in the right room at the right moment by someone who thought she deserved to be in the conversation. She called Dr. Mbeki back that afternoon. The conversation lasted 22 minutes. At the end of it, Yuki had agreed to come in the following week to discuss the project. A period drama requiring extensive bespoke tailoring work. The kind that needed hands that understood historical construction as well as contemporary fit. The kind that needed someone who had apprenticed under a master and had 30 years of her own mastery behind her. The kind that needed Yuki Tanaka. She went to the meeting. She brought her portfolio, photographs of 30 years of work, organized chronologically, beginning with pieces from Mr. Hashimoto's shop in Tokyo and moving forward through everything she had made since. She sat across from Dr. Mbeki in a bright, professional office in Burbank, and she did what she had always done. She let the work speak. Dr. Mbeki looked at the portfolio for a long time. Then she looked up and said, "When can you start?" Yuki said, "I need to speak with my manager first. I have commitments I honor." She spoke with Darnell that evening. He listened to the whole thing without interrupting. Then he said, "Yuki, take it. I don't want to leave you without." "Take it," he said again, gently and firmly, the way he said the things he meant. "We will figure out the rest. Take the thing you deserve." She took it. She continued working at Alderman and Cross 2 days a week. Darnell made the arrangement work, because making arrangements work was something he was turning out to be excellent at, which surprised nobody who had watched him for 4 years. And she began the freelance collaboration with Warner Brothers on the remaining days. The production aired in autumn 2024. In the credits, under Costume Department, her name appeared Yuki Tanaka, Bespoke Tailoring. She watched the first episode alone, on a Tuesday evening, in her Silver Lake house with a cup of tea. She watched the credit appear on the screen, and she let it be there for as long as it lasted, which was 4 seconds. And in those 4 seconds, she thought about everything that 4 seconds could hold. Tokyo, Hashimoto-san, the porthole curtain, the ivory jacket in the tissue paper, the letter, the 14 stitches per inch. And then the credit was gone, and the episode continued, and she watched the rest of it with the calm attention of a professional assessing work she had contributed to. It was good work. It had always been good work. Now someone had put her name on it. Darnell's store was different from Gerald's store in ways that were small, and ways that were enormous. The small ways. The break room had real coffee now, not the instant powder that Gerald had considered sufficient. The client greeting rotation. The weekly meetings. The policy, stated explicitly on his first day as manager to every member of the remaining staff, that every customer who walked through the door was welcomed by whoever was closest to the door, regardless of how they were dressed or what they looked like, or what Gerald's 4-second read might have said about them. He said this standing in the middle of the dark wine carpet, in the store that smelled of cedar and pressed wool, and the particular seriousness of a place that had been serious about itself for a long time. And he said it without drama, just as a fact about how the place would now work. Every person who comes through that door, he said, gets the same welcome, the same attention, the same standard of service. That is the baseline. That is the floor. Anyone who can't work to that standard needs to tell me now. Nobody said anything. "Good," he said, and went to his station. The enormous ways, the store's reputation, which had been built on craft that went uncredited and maintained by exclusion that went unchallenged, began to change. Slowly at first. A few reviews on platforms that people actually read, mentioning specifically the quality of the alterations work and the standard of the tailoring. Then, a piece in a local-style publication that named Rosa and Darnell by name in the context of the store's work. Then a recommendation in a widely read newsletter about Los Angeles craft businesses that described Alderman and Cross under new management as the thing it was always trying to be before it forgot what that was. New clients came, different clients. Some of the old clientele continued, the ones who had always been there for the craft rather than the exclusivity, and they found the craft unchanged and the experience better. New clients who had heard the story, or some version of it, and who wanted to be in a room where the work was the point and the person was the point, and the two things were, as Harold Alderman had always believed, the same thing. The store was, in the language of the trade, busy. Darnell hired 2 new junior tailors in the spring. He interviewed 12 people. He looked at their work, not their shoes. He looked at their hands. One of the people he hired was 24 years old, originally from Accra, Ghana. and had the kind of hands that made Darnell think of his uncle back in Lagos, and the things his uncle had told him about what a stitch was, and what it meant, and what it asked of the person making it. He offered her the job at the end of the interview. She started the following Monday. On her first day, when the first customer of the morning came through the door, Darnell stepped back and let her walk forward to greet them. She did. She greeted them the way she greeted everything, with full attention, with the respect of someone who understood that the person in front of her was the point. Darnell watched from the back of the store. He thought about 4 seconds, about the system, about the way Gerald had moved like a shadow in front of the light for 4 years, and how a shadow is only possible because there is light to block, and the light had always been there, was still here, was standing right in the middle of the dark wine carpet, greeting a customer on a Monday morning with the particular dignity of someone who had been told they were the point and believed it. He went to his station. He picked up his needle. He began a seam that would be, as all his seams were, perfect. Keanu Reeves attended the BAFTA dinner in London on October 26, 2023. He wore a black suit. Not bespoke, he had not, in the end, bought the suit he had gone to Beverly Hills to find, which was a detail that the story's later tellings often missed, and which he had never corrected, because correcting it would have required talking about the story in more detail than he was willing to. The suit he wore was well made and fit him well, and was the right suit for the evening. He sat at a table with Steven Spielberg and 2 British directors whose work he admired, and a BAFTA board member named Catherine Holt, who asked him intelligent questions about filmmaking and listened to the answers with real interest, and he had a very good evening. After the dinner, on the way out, a journalist, one of the few permitted to the edges of the event, camera in hand, notebook out, asked him what he was most proud of that year. He thought about it. He was genuinely thinking, not performing thought. The pause was real, the kind of pause that comes from actually consulting yourself rather than retrieving a prepared answer. There was a stunt team, he said, on my last film. Extraordinary people. They trained for months. Nobody knows their names but me and the director and the other people in the room, and they deserve to be known. He paused again. And there were some people this year, some incredibly talented people, who reminded me that craft is not about where you work. It's about what you carry in your hands. I was just lucky enough to see that. The journalist wrote it down. In the piece that ran the next day, a small piece, a sidebar, a few hundred words. Those last 2 sentences appeared in quotation marks and were the part that people clipped and shared. Craft is not about where you work. It's about what you carry in your hands. He said nothing more about it publicly. He was asked twice more in interviews over the following months, once directly, once obliquely, once in the form of a question about whether he had any comment on the people piece. And each time he deflected with some version of, "I just tried to do something nice. It's not a big deal." The third time, the interviewer pressed a little, but it clearly meant a great deal to the people involved. Doesn't that make it a big deal? He looked at the interviewer for a moment, not impatiently, with the particular quality of attention he brought to things he was actually thinking about. It meant a lot to them, he said. That's the part that matters. Not whether it was a big deal, whether it was the right thing, whether it landed where it was meant to. Did it? The interviewer asked. He smiled. The real one. Yeah, he said. I think it did. On a Tuesday morning in March 2024, a man walked into Alderman and Cross Fine Tailoring on North Camden Drive in Beverly Hills. He was wearing a good coat and carrying a briefcase, and he looked like someone who had a meeting to go to and needed his suit pressed first. He pushed the door open and stepped onto the dark wine carpet and looked around. Blessing was not there anymore. Blessing was in West Hollywood, in her emerald green jacket greeting entertainment industry clients, with the full attention of someone who noticed everything. Marcus was at his station, humming something that had an ending now. Rosa was at her table in the alterations room, working on a hem with the precision of 20 years. Darnell was in the back, in a meeting with his two new tailors about a client commission that would require all three of them. Yuki was at Warner Brothers, in a sunlit workroom in Burbank, with her hands in a bolt of period-appropriate wool, making something that would be worn on screen by an actor who would not know her name and did not need to, because her work would speak for itself the way it always had, only now it would speak with her name attached. Theo was in a rehearsal room in Burbank, running lines for the television pilot, finding the character in the particular way Marco had told him. Weight settled, shoulders at rest, no performance of standing, just standing. The man at the door of Alderman and Cross waited 1 second. A young woman came forward from the right side of the store, 24 years old, originally from Accra, Ghana. Her name was Abena. She had been here 3 weeks, and she moved through the store with the particular alert grace of someone who was paying full attention to the room. She said, "Good morning. Welcome. How can I help you?" She said it the way Darnell had greeted his first customer in the rotation, and the way Blessing had greeted customers for 18 months before that, and the way Rosa had been trying to greet customers for 7 years before that, with full presence, with the respect of someone who understood that the person in front of her was the reason she was standing there. The man smiled. He said he needed his suit pressed and possibly a button replaced. Abena said, "Of course, let me take a look." She helped him. The chime above the door did not ring because the door was already closed. The store was warm, and the lighting was the lighting it had always been, and the dark wine carpet was the dark wine carpet, and the brushed gold sign outside was the brushed gold sign. And from the outside, walking past on North Camden Drive, Alderman and Cross Fine Tailoring looked exactly as it had always looked. But inside, everything was different. There is one more thing. It has been held back deliberately, the way the best things are held back. Not to manipulate, not to manufacture suspense for its own sake, but because some pieces of a story can only be understood once you know the people they belong to. Once you have sat with Darnell at his kitchen table and Rosa at her window, and Marcus on his bus, and Blessing in the dark, and Theo in the Silver Lake parking lot, and Yuki at her low table, with the cool tea and the photograph. Once you know what each of them carried, and what it cost them to carry it, and what it felt like to set some of it down, now you know those things. So now the story can tell you the rest. Sandra Reyes gave her interview to People magazine in December 2023, 2 weeks after Carla Nwosu's piece about the 6 workers ran, and the name Keanu Reeves had already been circulating in the story's atmosphere for long enough that confirming it felt less like a revelation and more like giving something its correct shape. She gave the interview because she believed the story was a big deal, and she wanted the world to know what kind of man had been sitting on that sidewalk. She said this directly to Carla, who had reached her through a mutual contact and who had spent 40 minutes on the phone with her before Sandra agreed. Sandra said, "He will not tell it himself. He will never tell it the way it actually happened. So someone should." Carla said, "Tell me how it actually happened." Sandra told her. She told her about the call, the 4 minutes and 12 seconds, the 6 appointments at Brioni, the research she had done into the employment histories of all 6 workers. She told her about the 3 names, the favors Keanu had called in, the people in the entertainment industry who owed him something and who he asked to look at 6 specific names through the lens of genuine interest rather than charity. She told her about the thing Keanu had said at the very end of their call on the sidewalk, the thing that came after he asked for the 3 names. The thing Sandra had not included in her original account to Carla because she had been saving it, turning it over, deciding whether it was hers to give. She gave it. He said one more thing, Sandra told Carla, after the names, after everything was arranged. He said, "Sandy, I want to make sure that whatever comes from this, whatever doors open or don't open, I want to make sure it comes from the quality of their work, not from my name. The name can open a door, but the work has to be the reason it stays open. Can you make sure of that?" Carla wrote this down. Sandra continued, and I said, "How do I make sure of that?" And he said, "Because you're going to tell whoever you call that I'm not recommending these people as a favor. I'm recommending them because someone I trust told me they are extraordinary, and I believe her. If they're not extraordinary, don't open the door. But if they are..." And then he stopped and I waited, and he said, "If they are, make sure the door is real." Carla put down her pen. She picked it back up. "Was it real?" she asked. "The door?" Sandra was quiet for a moment. "Darnell is running the store," she said. "Yuki is working at Warner Brothers. Marcus has 44,000 plays and a production deal. Theo booked a pilot. Blessing has a new job. Rosa is going to Guadalajara in spring to tend a lemon tree with her mother." She paused. "Yeah, the doors were real. But there is still one more thing. The last thing." The thing that Sandra had decided, over the course of the December interview, to tell last. Because she was a woman who understood narrative, who had spent 11 years managing the life of a man who understood narrative. And she knew that the last thing in a story is the thing the story was always building toward, whether it knew it or not. She told Carla about the question Keanu had asked on the sidewalk. The one that had sent her to her laptop for 2 days. The one that had produced the document with 6 names and their histories of applications and rejections and silences that should have been answers. She had already told this part. It had run in Carla's piece, in the paragraph near the end that Sandra felt was the most important part, and that had been reported as a footnote. But there was something in the document that Sandra had not included in her original account. Something she had found at the end of 2 days of research that she had written into the document and then deleted and then written again and then left in, and that Keanu had read, and that had changed the shape of what he did next. Not the 6 names, not the histories of rejection and silence. Something else, something she had found when she was not looking for it. The way you find the things that matter most, sideways and unannounced, while you are looking for something else entirely. She told Carla what it was. When Sandra had been researching the 6 workers, pulling employment histories and application records, and the small digital footprints that professional lives leave across the internet, she had searched, as she always did when researching anyone who worked in a creative or craft-based field, for examples of their actual work. For Darnell, she found a series of photographs on a small professional Instagram account. Not a personal account, a portfolio account, maintained quietly and updated infrequently, showing jackets and trousers and suits at various stages of construction. The photographs were taken on a plain white background with natural light and no styling, no context, just the garments themselves. She had looked at them for a long time before she understood what she was looking at. She was not a tailor. She was not a person who could read the technical quality of a finished garment by sight. But she had spent enough time around people who cared deeply about the things they made to recognize, in the photographs, the quality of someone who cared. The care was visible. It was in the precision of every element, the way each piece sat in the frame as though it understood its own correctness. For Rosa, she found a reference in an online forum for vintage clothing enthusiasts. Someone asking about the feasibility of restoring a 1960s Chanel suit that had significant damage to the lining and 2 broken seams. The forum had several responses, most of them cautious, most of them suggesting the damage was too extensive for a satisfying restoration. One response, from an account named Rosam, was different. It was detailed and specific, and technically precise, outlining a restoration approach in 3 stages, with explanations for each decision. The original poster had replied, "I took it to the person who wrote this response, and she fixed it. It is perfect. I cannot find where the damage was." For Theo, she found customer reviews of Alderman and Cross on 2 platforms. The kind of granular, specific reviews that come from people who have interacted with individual staff members, rather than the store as a whole. 3 reviews mentioned. by name or by clear description, a sales associate who had helped them understand what they were looking for when they had not known themselves, who had listened rather than steered, who had made them feel. One reviewer wrote this specifically, "Like I was the most important person in the store," which I suspect he makes everyone feel. For Blessing, she found nothing directly, because Blessing had no professional digital footprint to find. She was 26 and had kept her work life and her private life in different containers, and the containers did not overlap online. But Sandra found, in a community newsletter from a neighborhood organization in Culver City, a small item about a volunteer clothing drive that had been organized and run with exceptional efficiency, and the name of the organizer was Blessing Adeyemi, and the newsletter described her as having a gift for noticing what people needed before they asked for it. For Marcus, she found Camden, not yet. It had not been released yet, would not be released for another 3 months. But in searching his name, she found the SoundCloud account, which was mostly inactive, which had 3 tracks uploaded years earlier. She listened to all 3. She was not, by her own description to Carla, a person with a sophisticated ear for electronic music production. But she knew, she said, when something had feeling in it, when something was made by a person who meant it. All 3 tracks had that quality. Something in them meant something to the person who made them, and the meaning came through. She noted this in the document. She wrote, "The music is real. Whatever he's been doing instead, the music is real." For Yuki, she found the photographs. Yuki had sent photographs of her work with her 2022 letter to the studio costume department. The letter had not been answered, but the photographs, Sandra found, through a series of patient searches that took her further into the internet than she usually went, had been uploaded to a private professional portfolio site that Yuki maintained with the same quiet thoroughness she brought to everything. The site had no public traffic, no social media presence, no SEO optimization. It existed simply as a record, as a place where the work could be, regardless of whether anyone came to see it. Sandra looked at the photographs for a long time. She was a person who had spent 11 years in the proximity of excellence, in the film industry, in the world of people who were very good at things. And she had developed, through proximity, the ability to recognize the real thing when she encountered it. She looked at Yuki's photographs with this ability. What she saw stopped her. She sat at her kitchen table in Los Feliz at 11:30 at night, with her coffee gone cold and her second cup gone cold beside it. And she looked at the photographs of what Yuki Tanaka's hands had made over 30 years, and she felt something she did not immediately have words for. She found the words eventually. She wrote them at the bottom of the document, below all 6 entries, after she had found everything she was going to find, and compiled it the way she compiled everything. Thoroughly, accurately, without editorializing. Except she did editorialize, one last time, at the very bottom. She wrote, "I need to say something about what I found tonight. I went looking for employment histories and I found people. Real people doing real things with their hands and their minds and their time. In a building where someone has been taking credit for all of it for years. In a city that has not yet figured out that it needs to know their names. I found a tailor whose portfolio stopped me cold at 11 o'clock at night. I found a seamstress whose photographs I am still thinking about. I found a musician whose unfinished music is already better than most finished music I have heard. I found a woman who fixed an unfixable thing so perfectly that the person who owned it cannot find where the damage was. These are not people who need your help the way people need help when they are struggling. These are people who need your help the way a window needs to be opened. Not because there is no air, but because the air on the other side is better, and the window has been stuck for too long. Whatever you are planning, I think it should know that. I think it should know that the gift is not charity. The gift is recognition. And recognition, given to someone who has been working in the dark long enough, is not a small thing. It is, I think, the most important thing." Keanu had read this paragraph at 6:49 in the morning, alone in his kitchen, with the document on his phone and the gray October light coming through the window. He read it once. He sat for a while. Then he typed 4 words back to Sandra. "Already up, thank you." And he sat for a while longer, not deciding. The decision had been made on the sidewalk. It had been made on the phone. It had been made in the 4 minutes and 12 seconds, while a pigeon landed on the next table and regarded him with total indifference. The decision was already done. What he was sitting with now was something else. He was sitting with the paragraph Sandra had written at 11:30 at night, alone at her laptop with the cold coffee. The paragraph that had arrived at something true and said it plainly. The gift is recognition. He had known this. He had known it on the sidewalk. He had felt it in the car on the side street. He had heard it in the 4-minute phone call, in the specific quality of his own voice when he said, "I want to make sure whatever comes from this comes from the quality of their work." But reading Sandra's words, the words of a person who had gone looking for employment records and found people, who had sat at her kitchen table at 11:30 at night and been stopped by a portfolio and a forum post and a 3-year-old unfinished track, had given the thing its fullest shape. This was not about him. It was not about what he had been told in a store. It was not even really about the suits. It was about what happens when you look at someone, really look, with full attention and without an agenda, and then act on what you see. It was about the radical, ordinary, endlessly necessary act of saying to another person, "I looked, I saw. What I saw was worth seeing." That was the gift. That had always been the gift. The suits were the signal. The Brioni appointments were the delivery mechanism. The letters were the language. But the gift itself, the thing that had made Darnell's hands go still in his kitchen, and Rosa sit on her front step and cry, and Marcus laugh from his chest, and Blessing stay up looking at job listings, and Theo stand in 45 seconds of honest silence, and Yuki nod once in the way Mr. Hashimoto would have nodded. The gift was the looking. Someone had looked at them, all the way, without the filters that Gerald had used. The 4-second read, the shoes, the watch, the posture, the hair. But with the actual equipment of real attention. The kind that finds what is extraordinary in people and says so. The kind that costs nothing and means everything. The kind that the 6 people in that store had been extending to every customer, and every garment and every seam and every stitch for years. Invisibly, uncredited, in the back rooms and at the machines, and behind the counters of a store that had been taking their work and calling it someone else's name. They had been looking all along. Someone had finally looked back. There is a moment that Sandra described in her People interview that Carla almost cut for space and then did not, because she read it back the night before publication and understood that it was the center of the whole thing, the place the whole story had been moving toward without knowing it. She asked Sandra, "When he called you from the sidewalk, in that 4-minute call, did he say why? Did he explain what he was thinking?" Sandra was quiet for a moment. "Not in words," she said. "He said what he needed, the names, the Brioni appointments. He was very clear and very practical about what he needed done. That was always his way. When he decides something, the decision is already complete, and what he communicates is the logistics." "But did you understand why?" Carla pressed. Another pause. "I've known him for 11 years, Sandra said. "I've watched him stop in the middle of a sidewalk to talk to a fan in the rain. I've watched him give up his seat on the subway. I've watched him carry his own luggage through airports when half the world would carry it for him. I've watched him visit hospitals and not tell anyone. I've watched him." She stopped. "There was a moment," she said, "years ago. We were at an event, and someone on the catering staff dropped a tray. Big noise, glass everywhere. The whole room looked. And most of the room looked and then looked away, the way you look, and then returned to your conversation because it wasn't your glass. But he went over. He didn't make a production of it, he just went over and started helping pick things up. and the person who had dropped the tray was mortified, just absolutely mortified, and he said something to them while they were picking things up. I don't know what he said. I was too far away. But I saw the person's face change. Whatever he said, it changed the person's face. She paused again. That's why, she said. I don't need him to explain it in words, because I have watched him do it for 11 years in 100 different rooms. He notices when someone has been made to feel they don't belong. And when he notices, he does something about it. He has always done something about it. The suits were bigger than usual. But it was the same thing. It's always the same thing with him. Carla wrote this down. She looked at it for a long time. She left it in. On the last day of March 2024, Rosa Santana landed at Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla Guadalajara International Airport on a flight from Los Angeles. Her mother was not at the airport. They had agreed that the journey from the house on Calle Morelos to the airport was too far for a 71-year-old woman whose knees had been making their opinions known since 2019. And Rosa would take the taxi, and it would be fine. Rosa took the taxi. It was fine. The house on Calle Morelos looked the way it always looked when she came home. Smaller than memory said it would be, and more real. The white walls with the bougainvillea coming over the top, and the blue painted door, and the lemon tree visible above the garden wall. Already in the afternoon light, looking productive and demanding in the way the tree had always been. Her mother opened the blue door before Rosa reached it. Doña Carmen was smaller than memory said she would be too. She was also, Rosa thought, as she came through the gate and across the small garden, the most real thing in the world. They held each other for a moment in the garden in the Guadalajara afternoon. Then her mother pulled back and looked at her. The thorough look of a woman who had been looking at this face for 44 years and could read it the way Yuki read cloth. Accurately, all the way through, without flinching from what was true. You look different, her mother said. I feel different, Rosa said. Her mother considered this. Then she took Rosa's hand and led her through the house to the courtyard, where the lemon tree was doing exactly what Rosa had been told it was doing. Producing with the enthusiasm of something that had been tended well and was expressing its gratitude in the only language available to it. They sat in the courtyard. Her mother made coffee. The afternoon was warm and still, and the smell of the lemon tree, the specific, bright, particular smell that Rosa had been carrying in her memory for 20 years, was exactly as it had always been. Some things are exactly as they have always been, and this is not a failure of change, but a gift of constancy, the world offering you something reliable in the midst of everything that moves. They sat and drank coffee and said the ordinary things. Then Rosa's mother said, "Show me the suit." Rosa had brought it. She had packed it carefully, the charcoal gray with the cream silk lining and the pearl buttons, wrapped in the original tissue paper with the cedar block, in a garment bag she had bought specifically for the purpose. She went inside and came back to the courtyard in the suit. She stood in the Guadalajara afternoon light, in her mother's courtyard, next to the lemon tree, in the charcoal jacket with the pearl buttons that caught the sun, in the specific understated way she had chosen them to catch it. Her mother looked at her for a long time. Then Doña Carmen, 71 years old, who had raised Rosa alone in this house after Rosa's father left when Rosa was 3, who had worked 2 jobs so that Rosa could go to school, and then cried at the airport when Rosa left for the United States at 24, and had called every Tuesday since, who had said, "Come home and find something better, and I would rather have less money and have my daughter not feel this way." Doña Carmen looked at her daughter in the charcoal suit in the afternoon light and said nothing at all. She simply reached out and took Rosa's hand. They stood like that, in the courtyard, next to the lemon tree, in the spring light of Guadalajara. And that was enough. That was exactly enough. It was, in fact, precisely sufficient. The way a suit is precisely sufficient when it has been made for one specific person, and fits them in the way only something made entirely for them can fit. Which is not just the fitting of cloth to body, but the fitting of a thing to a moment, to a person's full particular history, to everything they have carried and set down and carried again and are still carrying and will carry. The suit not diminishing any of it, but holding space for all of it. All of you. And you belong. Here is what nobody talks about when they tell this story. Not the suits, not the Brioni appointments, not the letters with the paragraph in the middle that was particular to each person, and the K at the bottom. Not even the doors that opened. Darnell's store, Yuki's screen credit, Marcus's plays, Theo's pilot, Blessing's emerald jacket in West Hollywood, Rosa in the Guadalajara courtyard. What nobody talks about, because it is harder to talk about than suits and credits and industry doors, is the question that the whole story is secretly asking from the very first paragraph. The question is not, what did Keanu Reeves do? The question is, why did nobody else? Gerald Fitch said 5 words to a man in a white t-shirt. Those 5 words were wrong and unkind, and the story has told you that clearly. But Gerald Fitch is not the villain of this story, in the simple way that stories usually need their villains. Gerald Fitch is the easy answer. He is the obvious thing to point at. He is the brushed gold sign and the French cuffs and the 4-second read made into a person, the embodiment of a system that decides, quickly and without appeal, who belongs and who does not. But the system did not start with Gerald, and it did not end with him. The system is the thing that made Darnell put his head down for 4 years. The system is the thing that made Rosa say igual every Tuesday. The system is the thing that stopped Theo halfway across a floor. The system is what Blessing calculated, accurately, practically, correctly, when she decided the window was not open and closed the laptop. The system is not a person. The system is what happens when enough people, for long enough, decide that the cost of interrupting it is more than they can currently pay. Keanu Reeves could pay the cost. Not because he is a better person than the 6 people in that store. The story has told you clearly that he is not, that he is simply a man who notices things and acts on them, which is available to anyone with the will to do it. He could pay the cost because the cost was different for him. Because a man who is told we don't serve your type and who can walk out of the store and sit at a coffee shop and make 4 phone calls and change 6 lives, is a man for whom the cost of interrupting the system is a $50 tip and a commitment of time and attention. For Darnell, the cost was his family's security. For Rosa, the cost was the money going home to Guadalajara. For Theo, the cost was the job he needed to keep going to class. For Blessing, the cost was the cushion that didn't exist. For Marcus, the cost was the 5 years of logistics that life required. For Yuki, the cost was the distance between what she had come from and what she had built, and the fragility of that distance. These are real costs. The story has never said otherwise. The story has said clearly that it understands exactly why each of them stayed still, and that the person whose story this is understands it too, and holds no grievance about it, not even a small one. But here is the thing the cliffhanger was always building toward. Here is the thing that sits underneath all of it. The envelopes and the letters and the fittings and the ivory suit and the screen credit and the finished beat and the lemon tree, and makes the whole thing mean what it actually means rather than what it is easy to say it means. The cliffhanger is not who sent the suits. The cliffhanger, the thing this story has been holding since the first paragraph, since the 11 minutes and the 5 words and the chime above the door ringing once on the way in and once on the way out, is this: what do you do with what you carry in your hands? Not Keanu Reeves. Not the person with the resources and the phone and the contacts and the ability to make 4 calls from a sidewalk and change 6 lives. You, the person reading this, who has at some point in their life stood in a room and seen something wrong and calculated the cost of interrupting it and made a decision about whether they could pay. Most of us have stood in that room. Most of us have made that calculation. Most of us have, at least once, stayed still when something in us wanted to move. The story does not judge this. Darnell's hands were still in the end. Yuki's name was on the screen. Marcus's music found its ending. Rosa went to Guadalajara. Blessing wore emerald green. Theo booked the pilot. All of this happened because one person on one sidewalk decided to act on what he saw. But the story wants to leave you with the question that the 6 letters all contained, in different words, specific to each person, but present in all of them underneath the surface. What do you carry in your hands? Because Darnell carried the finest buttonholes in Beverly Hills, and for 4 years the building did not let them mean what they meant. Because Rosa carried 20 years of craft, and the form letter said, "Position has been filled." Because Yuki carried 30 years of discipline, and the letter she sent on good paper came back as silence. They carried extraordinary things. They were told in various quiet and explicit ways that what they carried was insufficient, or invisible, or simply not the kind of thing that got acknowledged in the rooms they worked in. They carried it anyway. And that, not the man in the white t-shirt, not the phone call, not the bespoke suits on Rodeo Drive, not the K at the bottom of 6 handwritten letters. That is the thing this story is about. The carrying. The showing up every day with your extraordinary thing in your hands, and doing the work regardless of whether the room acknowledges it. In the faith, difficult, tested, sometimes threadbare, that the work is real whether or not anyone is looking. Keanu Reeves sat on a sidewalk for 22 minutes and looked. That was what he did. That was all he did. He looked, and then he acted on what he saw. The work was already there. It had been there all along. Darnell's perfect buttonholes. Rosa's unfixable things made perfect. Theo's genuine presence in a room. Blessing's attention that noticed everything. Marcus's unfinished music that was already better than most finished music. Yuki's 14 stitches per inch. Every day, every lapel, every garment, whether anyone counted them or not, the work was always there. Someone finally looked. Somewhere in Los Angeles, on a Tuesday in the spring of 2024, a woman named Yuki Tanaka is standing at a work table in a sunlit room in Burbank, running her hands along a bolt of period wool, feeling for the thing that only her hands can feel. Somewhere in Koreatown, Rosa Santana is at a new table in a new room. She left Alderman and Cross in February, quietly, with Darnell's blessing and a reference he wrote himself that described her in language she read 3 times before she believed it, and she is doing what she has done for 20 years, making something broken whole, making something adequate extraordinary, her hands moving with the automatic intelligence of everything she has learned and kept and carried. Somewhere in Silver Lake, Theo Pappas is in a rehearsal room running lines and finding the character in the way Marco told him. No performance of standing, just standing. Just the specific, irreducible fact of himself in a room taking up the space he actually occupies. Somewhere in mid-city, Marcus Whitfield is at his desk on a Saturday morning, with his headphones on and the laptop open, starting something new. And this time he is not afraid of the ending, because he knows now that the ending arrives, when the feeling arrives, and the feeling is always there, waiting for him to be ready to let it land. Somewhere in West Hollywood, Blessing Adeyemi is greeting a client who has come in uncertain about what they are looking for, and she is doing what she has always done, which is noticing the small things, the hesitations, the unspoken preferences, the shape of what a person needs before they have the words for it. And she is doing it in an emerald green jacket and the handkerchief with the embroidered bee in her inside pocket, for when something matters enough. Somewhere in Beverly Hills, on North Camden Drive, Darnell Okafor is at his station in the back of Alderman and Cross, with a garment under the good light, and his needle moving, and the numbers appearing in the cloth the way they have always appeared. 14 stitches per inch, counted, consistent. The result of 23 years of discipline made indistinguishable from instinct. And the store around him is warm with the sound of people doing their work and meaning it. And somewhere on the floor, Abena is greeting a customer for the 3rd time this week, with the full attention of someone who knows that the person in front of her is the reason she is standing there. And somewhere in Los Angeles, or New York, or on a plane between them, or on the subway with a backpack in his lap and earbuds in, taking up no more space than he needs, Keanu Reeves is being, as he has always been, a regular person in the ways that count. He is not thinking about the suits. He is not thinking about the letters, or the Brioni appointments, or the 4-minute call from the sidewalk, or the $50 tip on the $4 coffee. He is not thinking about the 11 minutes or the 5 words, or the chime above the door ringing once on the way in and once on the way out, 11 minutes apart. He has a life to live. He is living it. He has always been living it, forward, with attention, in the plain white t-shirt of someone who understands that who you are is not what you wear but what you notice and what you do about it. Somewhere, someone will walk into a room today and be told they do not belong. And somewhere, someone will notice. And somewhere, in the gap between the noticing and the acting, a decision will be made. The story does not tell you what that decision will be. The story only tells you that the gap exists, and that what you do in it is entirely, completely, irrevocably yours. And that is the story of 6 people who showed up every single day, carried extraordinary things in their hands, and were finally seen. Not by the building they worked in, not by the man whose name was on the door, by a stranger in a plain white t-shirt who sat on a sidewalk for 22 minutes and decided that what he saw was worth acting on. That is it. That is the whole thing. And honestly, it did not cost him much. A phone call, some letters, some time, the willingness to look at people the way they deserve to be looked at. Which makes you wonder how many people are walking around in your city right now, doing extraordinary work, carrying remarkable things in their hands, just waiting for someone to notice. Maybe you are one of them. Maybe someone you know is. Now before you go, drop a comment right now and tell me where you are watching from. Seriously, I want to know. People have found this channel from places that genuinely surprise me every single week, and your city might be next on that list. And if this story moved you even a little, if it made you think about someone in your life who deserves to be seen, hit that like button right now. It takes 1 second, and it helps this story reach someone out there who might really need to hear it today. Subscribe to this channel if you believe that kindness is worth spreading, because that is exactly what we do here. Every single video, we find the stories that remind you what people are actually capable of when they decide to pay attention. And speaking of stories worth watching, there is a video appearing on your screen right now that I think you are going to love just as much as this one. Go watch it. I will see you there.